The world is full of unsolved mysteries, and one of the most intriguing is the methods used by ancient civilizations to move massive stone blocks. How did the giants of the past manage to move multi-ton blocks without modern technology? The strange traces of the past, from Siberia to Egypt, challenge contemporary notions of human development. Some structures aligned with the stars demonstrate technologies that were ahead of their time. Such phenomena make us question what we know about our past. The history of studying the Pyramids of Giza began with the first European travelers who sought knowledge about ancient civilizations and found themselves in Egypt. Can you imagine standing before these magnificent stone structures that have withstood the test of time? The pyramids, especially the Great Pyramid of Khufu, continue to attract more and more researchers, adventurers, and history enthusiasts each year. These colossal structures, built over 4,000 years ago, not only architectural marvels but also true symbols of human power and ambition. When the Great Pyramid of Khufu, standing at 146 meters tall, was the tallest man-made structure for nearly 4,000 years. And this is truly awe-inspiring. You can picture the sun's rays touching its sides, creating a dance of light and shadow, and the wind bringing the aromas of ancient mystery and enigma that surround these magnificent structures. It is fascinating that the geometric precision of the pyramid sides is so high that its alignment with the cardinal directions has an error of less than 15 degrees. This indicates that the ancient Egyptians possessed deep knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, which continue to amaze modern scientists. The pyramids were built using enormous blocks of limestone and granite, some of which weighed several tons, and the question of how exactly the ancient builders moved such massive stones over long distances remains unanswered. You can imagine the hard work in the scorching sun as workers, united by a common goal, created something greater than just a tomb for a pharaoh. They built a symbol of eternity. Each corner, each side of these pyramids is filled with history and mysteries that still await discovery. Soon after the first wave of research, archaeologists began to study the internal chambers of the pyramids, their corridors and chambers, and with each new discovery, more questions arose. What role did these pyramids play in the lives of the ancient Egyptians? Were they merely tombs, or did they serve other purposes? Over time, new data from the depths of history has emerged, revealing previously unknown aspects of their purpose. With each step into the world of these ancient structures, you feel their grandeur and mystery, for each pyramid is like a book filled with stories waiting to be read. In this magical place, surrounded by vast deserts, you can feel part of something great, standing on the border between past and present, lost in thought about how these masterpieces were created. Every glance at these monuments inspires awe and a desire to uncover their secrets, for behind every stone lies a story waiting to be heard. You are surrounded by an extraordinary atmosphere of antiquity as you listen to every word about the construction of the Pyramids of Giza, where millions of stone blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons, were used to create these magnificent structures. You can imagine the diligent workers sweating and struggling with the weight of the stones, which required enormous effort and ingenuity. Over the centuries, scientists and archaeologists have tried to unravel the engineering mysteries behind these colossi, resulting in numerous hypotheses that open new horizons of understanding. You can feel your imagination transport you to the past, where workers used wooden sleds to transport blocks over land, and to make this process easier, they would wet the sand before the sleds, creating a smoother surface. This simple yet effective method reduced friction and made moving the stones less arduous. You notice how images of workers working in harmony, pushing massive sleds, fill your mind, filling the air with the sounds of their efforts and conversations. Some scientists suggest that blocks could also have been transported by the Nile using special rafts that could be easily moved along the river. You can feel the gentle breeze on your skin as you imagine these rafts floating on calm water, their reflections dancing on the river's surface while the sun warms everything around. However, when it came to raising these massive blocks to great heights, even more complex tasks arose. Imagine the workers using various types of ramps, whether straight, spiral, or internal, to carefully lift the stones to the required level. Each ramp was designed and planned to allow minimal effort in moving the blocks upwards as your thoughts repeatedly return to the ingenious methods used. You can feel the lightness and confidence as you picture workers full of determination building their way to the clouds, with the pyramids slowly but surely rising from the desert sands. Researchers have conducted experiments recreating these ancient methods, and each new experiment reveals new aspects of the engineering genius of the ancient Egyptians. You can feel their inspiration and striving for perfection, for they created something more than just tombs. They left us a legacy that continues to inspire awe and respect. Each step on this path to understanding the engineering challenges faced by the builders brings you closer to unraveling the mysteries that these magnificent pyramids hold. You realize that each pyramid is not just stones, but a history of humanity filled with perseverance, talent, and, undoubtedly, greatness that penetrates your thoughts and leaves you in a state of deep reflection about how much more there is to discover and understand in this wondrous world. You are descending into the depths of the pyramid itself, where the air becomes slightly cooler and it seems as if time stands still. You feel the walls, constructed of massive stone blocks, surrounding you, creating a sense of solidity and grandeur. Imagine yourself carefully navigating the narrow passageways that lead to the mysterious chambers hidden from the eyes of millions. You discover the king's chamber, where, according to ancient texts, the sarcophagus of the pharaoh was located. You can almost feel his presence, as if he still guards his secrets. The walls of this chamber are laid with such precision that the seams between the stones are almost invisible, and you ponder how long they have remained unchanged despite the passage of time. You can sense a faint scent of ancient stone mixed with the air filled with history and mysteries. Your hand glides over the cold surface of the wall, and you feel its texture, understanding that here, in this sacred room, rituals filled with grandeur and solemnity once took place. Then you proceed to the Queen's chamber, which, although smaller, is no less impressive. Its walls are also adorned with perfect lines, and you notice that a special silence reigns here, as if nature itself has paused in anticipation. This chamber has long puzzled archaeologists. Why was it built if no sarcophagi were found within it? You wonder what secrets it may hold. You continue your exploration and enter the Great Gallery, where the ceiling rises towards the heavens and the space seems boundless. Here, you feel the energy of antiquity filling you, as if the very walls are eager to tell their stories. You can picture the ancient priests walking through this gallery, reciting prayers and incantations, their voices echoing off the stones, creating a magical sound that still lingers in the air. Research conducted using muon tomography as part of the Scan Pyramids project in 2017 has opened new horizons for understanding these ancient structures. You feel your heart pounding with excitement as you realize that, with this technology, scientists have been able to uncover previously unknown voids and corridors within the pyramids. This discovery adds new mysteries to their internal structure and raises even more questions about their purposes and construction methods. You wonder what secrets are hidden within these mysterious voids and how they are connected to the overall architectural concept of the pyramids. Perhaps they were secret passages used for rituals, or perhaps they led to other chambers filled with treasures and ancient artifacts. You allow yourself to be immersed in these thoughts, repeatedly returning to the realization that every discovered answer opens new horizons of mysteries, and each pyramid is not just stones but a whole universe filled with history, secrets, and grandeur which we continue to uncover step by step. You continue your journey through the mysterious world of the Pyramids of Giza, and your imagination begins to paint pictures that go beyond the familiar. Although traditionally pyramids are perceived as tombs for pharaohs, archaeologists and researchers discuss numerous theories about their true purpose. You can feel the energy of this place filling your mind as you learn about the theories that these magnificent structures could have served purposes beyond just funeral rites. The archaeological theory of their funerary function suggests that pyramids were built as places where pharaohs could transition to the afterlife. But some researchers, such as Robert Bauval, propose alternative hypotheses that make you pause. Bauval argues that the layout of the pyramids on the Giza plateau corresponds to the stars of the Orion constellation, creating an astronomical connection between them and celestial bodies. You can imagine how ancient priests looked at the night sky, sought answers to their questions, and used the pyramids as observatories to track the movements of stars. This hypothesis fills your heart with awe as you consider how the ancient Egyptians could have used their knowledge of astronomy to determine the time for planting and harvesting. The pyramids may not have been just tombs, but sacred places where earth and sky met, creating a unique connection between people and gods. Another intriguing theory comes from Graham Hancock, who suggests that the pyramids could have been sources of energy. You allow yourself to imagine how the form and materials of these massive structures could have been used to create some powerful device capable of generating and directing energy. Hancock points out that pyramids built from certain types of stone could interact with natural elements, creating resonance that could be used for various purposes. Your imagination expands as you realize that the pyramids could have been not just architectural wonders, but also sophisticated technical structures that could have served as a link to the cosmos, as well as practical needs of the ancient society. Your soul is filled with admiration for the grandeur of these constructions, and you ponder how much more there is to learn about ancient civilizations that left behind such enigmatic structures. Each step on this ancient plateau reveals new aspects that make you consider how this place continues to influence our perception of time and space. You can almost hear the whisper of history calling you to delve deeper into the origins of these mysteries that continue to captivate and inspire scientists and adventurers around the world. The Pyramids of Giza are not just stone structures, they are something more, a portal to a world where history and myth intertwine, creating an unbreakable bond between the past and the present, between humans and the cosmos. You are slowly making your way across the plateau of Giza, and your attention is drawn not only to the majestic pyramids, but also to their astonishing astronomical alignment. You notice how the triangular silhouettes of the pyramids stand against the evening horizon, and your mind begins to wander about the knowledge possessed by the ancient Egyptians. These monumental structures, built more than 4,000 years ago, are perfectly aligned with key astronomical events. You feel your heart skip a beat as you realize that the arrangement of the three pyramids, those of Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure, forms a massive triangle that corresponds exactly to the position of the stars in the Orion constellation. This is no coincidence. Researchers assert that the ancient Egyptians used their extensive astronomical knowledge to create these monuments with such precision, which is astonishing given the lack of modern tools and technologies. You imagine the priests observing the night sky, recording the movements of stars and planets, creating maps and inscribing them on parchment, which, unfortunately, has not survived to this day. These knowledge, possibly passed down from generation to generation, created a culture deeply immersed in astronomy and its connection to religion and daily life. You feel a sense of awe at the thought of how such knowledge could develop in an era when science and magic were so intertwined. The ancient Egyptians may have used simple instruments like ropes and rulers to accurately measure angles and distances, creating architectural masterpieces that continue to amaze the world. Their ability to determine directions by the stars and predict astronomical events speaks to a deep understanding of nature that they possessed. You can almost hear them discussing the significance of these stars and how they influence the life cycle of plants, water, and of course, the lives of people in the Nile Valley. Your soul fills with reverence at the thought that each pyramid, each stone, was not just a part of a tomb, but a vital link in this cosmic connection. How could people living at that time comprehend the grandeur of the universe and, in addition, create such monuments that served not only for worship, but also for astronomical observations? Researchers studying this topic still wonder how such a culture, without telescopes and other modern means, could achieve such heights. You realize that the enigma of the pyramids, their arrangement, and their astronomical orientation only underscore the greatness of ancient Egypt as a civilization that left us not only its monuments but also mysteries that may never be fully solved. You allow yourself to be immersed in these thoughts as the sun begins to set, painting the sky with pink and golden hues, creating an atmosphere where time seems to stand still. In this magical light, you feel your heart swell with admiration for those who once looked at the same sky and pondered the same questions that you are now contemplating. You continue to move slowly across the plateau of Giza, immersing yourself in the atmosphere of wonders and mysteries. Your thoughts return to the pyramid monuments standing before you, like eternal guardians of time. But now, your attention is drawn not only to their astronomical orientation, but also to the enigmatic traces of lost technologies that surround these magnificent structures. You notice that even after thousands of years, the stone blocks used to build the pyramids seem almost perfect. Their smooth surfaces, polished to a shine, evoke both awe and bewilderment in you. You wonder how the ancient Egyptians could have achieved such a level of craftsmanship if their tools were supposedly much more primitive than those used today. Research by engineers like Christopher Dunn opens new horizons for you. He claims that the stone blocks inside the pyramids bear signs of tools that appear to have been created with technologies unavailable at the time. You feel a slight chill down your spine as you realize that these anomalies cannot be explained by standard archaeological methods. As you delve deeper into these thoughts, your mind is filled with images of those who may have used more advanced tools than those found in history books. You can imagine engineers of the past possessing knowledge of materials and methods that have been lost over time. Their skill in working with stone and creating such precise forms speaks to the high level of technology that existed then. You let your imagination wander through these possibilities, envisioning how builders of the pyramids might have used sounds, vibrations, or even unfamiliar methods to create perfect forms. Your heart stops for a moment as you realize that each discovery in this field only adds more mysteries to this already multi-layered history. You ponder how many secrets lie beneath the surface of these magnificent structures, how much knowledge has been lost, and how much remains to be discovered. The sounds of the evening wind whisper to you about ancient times when every human action was connected to the surrounding world. You pause for a moment to take a deep breath, filling your lungs with air, filled with the scent of sand and eternity, and allow yourself to be enveloped in this state of reverent anticipation. You understand that even the most mundane things can contain greatness if viewed from the right perspective. How much knowledge could the ancient Egyptians have possessed, who were inspired by the stars and then used their discoveries to create these monumental structures? Moment by moment, you feel your perception changing as you look at these pyramids not just as stone structures, but as a fusion of history, science, and mysticism that continues to intrigue researchers and enthusiasts of mysteries. You turn your gaze back to the horizons where the sun slowly sets, leaving behind only light clouds tinted in purple and gold, and realize that this moment is just a small part of the vast tapestry of history that continues to this day. As you stand on the plateau of Giza, you are overcome by a sense of mysticism that permeates the air around you. You are drawn into a world of ancient legends and mysteries as your thoughts turn to the famous phenomenon known as the Curse of the Pharaohs. This enigmatic curse became the subject of discussion and speculation after the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb by Howard Carter in 1922. You can imagine the archaeologists with bated breath opening doors to hidden chambers filled with ancient treasures and secrets. However, soon after the tomb was opened, tragic events began to unfold. Lord Carnarvon, who sponsored the expedition, died under mysterious circumstances. You can feel a chill run down your spine as you read in the newspapers about rumors that the curse of the pharaohs, supposedly placed on those who disturb their rest, is coming true. You notice how this phenomenon fills the space around you with a special atmosphere, creating a sense that ancient spirits still guard their secrets. The rumors of the curse attract the attention of many, and you begin to wonder if it is indeed the result of ancient magical rituals or simply a manifestation of human fear of the unknown. Researchers and scientists start to investigate these events, and you discover that some of them suggest that curses may be the result of the influence of ancient bacteria or mold found in the sealed tombs. These microorganisms may have caused illnesses in those who opened the tombs, leading to their tragic fates. Your curiosity grows as you realize that science can explain many of these mysteries, but the mystical aspect of the curses continues to captivate people's minds. Each new discovery adds layers to this already multi-layered narrative, and you realize that even in our time, many mysteries remain unsolved. These stories, filled with fear and anticipation, seem to whisper to you that the world of the ancients is not so far away, and that mysterious forces still dwell within it. You allow your imagination to carry you back to the times when pharaohs ruled the lands, and their tombs guarded not only their wealth but also their ancient knowledge. The sounds of the evening wind continuing to blow across the plateau remind you that history is full of unexpected turns and intriguing mysteries waiting to be revealed. Each rustle and each sound becomes part of this great narrative, and you feel your heart beating in sync with the rhythm of history that continues in every stone, every shadow of the pyramids, every grain of sand fallen to the ground. How many secrets lie hidden beneath this majestic surface, and how many wonders are possible in a world where reality intertwines with myths? Gradually, you can feel the spirit of scientific inquiry filling the space around you as scholars from around the globe strive to unravel the mysteries these magnificent structures hold within their depths. As you gaze upon these monumental constructions, it becomes clear that despite decades of study, many questions about their construction, purpose, and hidden aspects remain unanswered. You imagine researchers armed with the latest technologies and methods continuing to analyze the stone blocks, their arrangement, and the unique features of their construction, trying to decipher the secrets that time has taken away. Each new perspective on these enigmatic objects reveals another layer of history, and you feel your curiosity delving deeper into these questions. You can picture archaeologists in the shadow of the pyramids amidst the hot sand, examining every crack, every small discovery that may shed light on the lives of those who built these monuments. It is fascinating that some findings indicate the use of complex engineering techniques that seemed impossible at the time. You feel a sense of awe and wonder as you contemplate these facts, realizing the high level of knowledge and skill possessed by the ancient Egyptians. Each stone, each row of blocks seems to hold not only history, but also knowledge passed down through generations. You feel the air around you filled with mystery as you consider that even in our modern world, full of information and technology, the mysteries of the pyramids remain unsolved. And perhaps this is what makes them even more captivating and mysterious than ever before. You allow yourself to delve into these thoughts, feeling as if time stands still, and you become a part of this endless history that continues even now. The Pyramids of Giza are not just stone structures, they are symbols of humanity's pursuit of eternity, of self-understanding, and of our place in the world. Each new research, each discovery adds to this great heritage, and you feel a sense of excitement as you think about the possibility that future generations may have answers to questions that remain unanswered today. So, you continue to stand on the plateau, lost in thought about how the past, present, and future intertwine in this extraordinary story. You allow your consciousness to travel thousands of kilometers from the Pyramids of Giza to the arid desert of Nazca in Peru, where giant drawings are hidden in the earth, just as the pyramids inspire awe and bewilderment. These lines and figures, stretching for many kilometers, were created by ancient cultures but remained invisible to human eyes, hidden under the sun and winds of the desert. You can imagine the dry earth, painted in warm brown and yellow hues, stretching to the horizon, occasionally interrupted by sparse shrubs and rocks. But in the early 20th century, as the sky fills with the sounds of the first airplanes, the world discovers the secrets hidden in this desolate landscape. Pilots soaring high above the ground first notice these fantastic images, which consist of amazing geometric shapes and animal silhouettes, including hummingbirds, monkeys, and even a giant spider. You feel a surge of excitement as you picture them, rising into the sky, suddenly realizing that beneath them lies something far greater than just the earth. A past that has left its mark in this vast expanse. From the height of a bird's flight, these images become clearly visible, opening up a world that was inaccessible for study, till airplanes could embrace these ancient creations. You can imagine the first researchers, filled with questions and hypotheses, returning to the ground, eager to understand how and why these giant drawings were made. Some believe the lines served as astronomical indicators, while others suggest they were part of religious rituals. Your imagination begins to paint pictures of ancient priests standing on hilltops praying to the stars while gazing at these lines, which may have been created to guide the way to the divine. You wonder how ancient peoples managed to create such enormous and precise images without modern tools, what their thoughts and feelings were as they drew them in the sand, knowing these creations would remain for centuries. You delve into contemplation of how these drawings serve not only practical purposes, but also as symbols connecting people with their culture and nature. In this silent world where time seems to stand still, you feel a connection with these ancient creators who left their mark on history, and you understand that these Nazca lines are not just geometric figures, they are a reminder of how humanity has always sought ways to express its ideas and feelings, leaving traces on the earth that will speak to future generations. You allow yourself to pause in this moment when past, present, and future intertwine, and you become a witness to the incredible discoveries that are just beginning to unfold before you. You continue your journey through the desert of Nazca, where before you unfolds the grandeur and magnitude of these mysterious geoglyphs. Directly in front of you, like giant paintings, stretch images that seem to have been carved onto the surface of the earth with unparalleled precision and care. You see a hummingbird with its delicate, graceful lines that create a sense of lightness and freedom, as if it is ready to take flight to the sky. Its wings, outstretched in flight, appear alive, and you can almost feel the wind touching its feathers. Nearby, you notice a monkey with its playful features and expressive eyes, as if inviting you to an adventure into the world of ancient times. And there is a giant spider which seems to be spinning its web across the vast expanse, its 8 legs creating symmetry and harmony on the earth, inspiring your awe. You realize that each of these images is not just an artistic expression, but also part of a more complex system that stretches for kilometers. You see how triangles and trapezoids, meticulously drawn, connect with long lines that reach towards the horizon, forming something greater than just a collection of geometric shapes. You can almost hear yourself asking, how did the ancient creators achieve such precision on such a vast scale? These lines, as if, lead to mysteries that remain unsolved, and you feel a sense of excitement as you imagine the many questions that must have arisen in the minds of researchers standing at the edge of these images. One of the most enigmatic figures is the astronaut man, with his strange appearance and elongated limbs, which has sparked numerous debates and interpretations. You can feel this figure, representing an entity that perhaps communicated with the stars, bridging the gap between ancient times and the present, leaving a trail of mysteries in its wake. You lose yourself in thought, considering how these images could have served not only as astronomical markers, but also as symbols that united people, inspiring them to seek knowledge about the universe. Your soul fills with reverence as you realize that in these lines lies not only history, but also the eternal human desire to understand our place in the world. You allow yourself a moment to pause and feel the fullness of this moment when nature, culture, and human creativity intertwine in a single flow of time, and these enigmatic figures become witnesses to your inner transformation. You understand that each line, each curve, is not just a trace on the earth, but a deep expression of thought, culture, and the spirit of the people who lived here thousands of years ago. And as you observe this, you become a part of this great history. As you delve deeper into the world of the Nazca lines, where the mysteries of the past intertwine with engineering puzzles that leave scientists baffled, you begin to imagine the ancient Nazca people creating their magnificent drawings by removing dark, oxidized stones to reveal the light soil beneath. This process required not only perseverance but also extraordinary precision, as each movement could alter the overall design. You wonder how they could achieve such remarkable accuracy and scale without the ability to see their work in its entirety from the ground. Your imagination paints pictures of the methods they might have used to ensure that every line and figure was in its proper place. You recall that some researchers suggest they may have used simple tools like ropes and sticks to create a kind of grid that helped them maintain proportions. But how challenging it must have been, considering the scale of the images. You remember Joe Davis, who conducted experiments trying to recreate these drawings using primitive tools. His attempts demonstrated that maintaining scale and precision is a real challenge, requiring not only patience but also a deep understanding of geometry. You feel a sense of excitement as you realize that even with modern technologies like GPS, this remains a challenge. Each step, each line requires careful control, and you understand how laborious this process must have been for ancient peoples who lacked the tools available to you today. You ponder how much knowledge has been lost and how important these lines are for understanding the culture and technology of those times. Each line you see is not just a geometric figure, but also a reflection of deep knowledge and experience passed down through generations. You allow yourself to linger on these thoughts, feeling the history of these images come to you like a warm breeze in the desert, filling you with a sense of connection to those who were here long before you. Your soul is filled with awe as you realize that, despite all the mysteries surrounding these lines, they remain a symbol of humanity's thirst for knowledge and creativity. You feel this incredible heritage continues to live on, inspiring you to seek answers and understand your place in this world, rich in history and mysteries. You continue your journey through the mysteries of the Nazca lines, delving into the world of theories and hypotheses that seek to unravel their purpose. You pay attention to the work of Maria Reicher, a distinguished scientist and researcher who dedicated decades to studying these enigmatic drawings. She believed that the lines constituted an astronomical calendar pointing to the solstices and equinoxes. Your imagination paints a picture of ancient inhabitants observing the sun and stars to create their drawings as a way to record these important moments in their calendar. You feel their knowledge of celestial bodies and natural cycles was as precise as modern astronomical calculations. Each line, each image becomes more than just a geometric figure. It is a whole history where time and space intertwine, creating a unique symphony. You wonder how they could so accurately align their creations with astronomical phenomena and feel a deep respect for their wisdom. Other theories also catch your interest. One such theory suggests that the lines may have served as ritual paths for processions related to water cults. You can imagine ancient peoples revering water as the source of life, using these paths for sacred rituals, connecting their spirituality with the surrounding nature. As if in response to your thoughts, you feel a gentle breeze carrying the freshness of the desert air, reminding you of the importance of water in this harsh climate. You ponder how these ancient peoples could create their rituals considering the needs of their community and their connection to nature. Alongside this, you become interested in the hypothesis related to underground water sources known as pukios. Local residents could have used the lines as maps indicating these hidden treasures, which became vital for survival in the desert. You feel these images awaken in you a sense of connection to those who used their knowledge and intuition to adapt to their environment. Each theory you explore seems to open new horizons of understanding, and you realize how multifaceted and diverse the society that created these lines was. You allow yourself to linger on these thoughts, enjoying the feeling of deep respect for the wisdom of our ancestors who left us these mysterious messages. Your soul fills with peace, for you understand that each of these hypotheses opens doors not only to understanding the culture of ancient peoples, but also to their deep interaction with the surrounding nature. You feel these lines continue to live, inspiring you to seek answers and new discoveries, and you feel warmth from the realization that you are part of this endless human history. You continue your journey, delving deeper into increasingly extraordinary and intriguing theories about the Nazca Lines, which evoke both surprise and curiosity in you. You notice how unconventional ideas about the origins of these mysterious drawings can captivate the imagination and even venture into the realm of fantasy. One such theory belongs to Erich von Däniken, who proposed that the Nazca Lines could have served as landing strips for extraterrestrials. You picture alien ships descending to Earth and these massive geometric figures as markers guiding them to their landing sites. Despite the lack of archaeological evidence, this hypothesis has become incredibly popular in popular culture and continues to attract the attention of scientists and researchers. You realize that such ideas, although they may seem eccentric, highlight an important aspect. There is still no complete explanation for the Nazca Lines phenomenon from the perspective of terrestrial means and traditional cultural practices. Your imagination paints pictures of how ancient inhabitants might have viewed the heavens as something more than just part of their surroundings. You can feel how their view of the world was filled with myths and legends, each of which could have inspired the creation of these monumental works of art. Your soul is filled with a sense of curiosity and a desire to learn, for every new theory opens up new horizons for contemplation. You sense that these mysteries continue to live in the minds of people, sparking debates and discussions, driving researchers to seek the truth and unravel the secrets of the past. Perhaps it is this desire to understand and explain the world around us that is one of the driving forces of human nature. You linger on this thought and realize that each of these theories, even the most daring and unconventional, contributes to our collective understanding of how we, as a species, strive to connect our existence with the surrounding nature and cosmos. Your soul is filled with a sense of peace, and you feel how this endless game of ideas and hypotheses creates a unique atmosphere in which history comes alive, and each of us becomes a part of this great tapestry filled with wonders and mysteries. You allow yourself to breathe calmly, absorbing the atmosphere of this place, and understand that each line, each drawing on the ground is not just a geometric figure, but an entire universe of meanings and stories waiting to be revealed. You continue to delve into the extraordinary world of the Nazca Lines, and your attention is drawn to the question of how these enigmatic drawings have managed to endure for thousands of years. You begin to realize that the unique climatic conditions of the Nazca Desert play a crucial role in their longevity. Here, under the bright sun, where there are virtually no rains and strong winds and sandstorms only occasionally disturb the peace, these ancient geoglyphs remain unchanged, as if protected by an invisible force. You imagine how the scarcity of rainfall over the centuries has created ideal conditions for the preservation of these drawings. Rain, which could have erased the lines, is almost non-existent here, and you feel the magic that this creates around these meticulously carved forms. The lines, created by the hands of ancient people, remain in their places as testimonies to their creative power and desire to transmit their ideas through the ages. The strong winds in this region may seem destructive, but in reality they only raise dust, leaving the essence of the geoglyphs untouched. You can almost hear the wind whispering legendary names, and this sensation brings you a sense of peace. Sandstorms, although rare, do not harm these magnificent creations, as their depth and form protect them from external influences. You understand that these natural conditions not only contributed to the preservation of the Nazca lines, but also created a space where time seems to have stopped, allowing you to touch the ancient history. Each morning, when the first sunlight touches the earth, you can imagine how these lines are filled with new hues and meanings, embracing the surrounding landscape. You ponder how the ancient inhabitants could create and observe these masterpieces, inspired by the nature around them. Your soul fills with awe and respect for their skill, for creating such gigantic drawings required not only talent, but also a deep understanding of their environment. You allow yourself to linger on this thought and feel how each word you speak about the Nazca lines becomes a part of this multi-layered history. Your inner harmony is strengthened when you realize that these drawings are not just art, but a whole world that continues to live despite the passage of time. You inhale this moment, feeling as if all those who have ever looked at these lines, trying to understand and decipher their mystery, are with you on this journey. Each line seems to call you to itself, inviting you to lift the veil of history, and you feel your imagination painting new pictures filled with the sounds, colors, and aromas of the ancient culture that once flourished here, in the heart of the Nazca Desert. You continue to delve into the world of the Nazca lines, and your attention is drawn to the hidden symbolism embedded in each of these magnificent drawings. You notice that many of the symbols you see carry messages, perhaps intended for gods, nature, or future generations. Each line, pattern, and geometric shape could be part of a complex system of signs that remains a mystery to modern researchers. You wonder what the ancient artists truly wanted to convey, and for whom these colossal messages visible only from above were meant. You imagine how they chose locations for their masterpieces, taking into account natural features and topography, so their works could be appreciated from the heavens. Perhaps these lines served not only as works of art, but also as guides that connected people with the cosmos and their spiritual world. This thought fills you with awe, as each symbol could reflect deep beliefs and hopes that they wished to pass on. You can almost hear the whispers of ancient voices as you look at these images, and your imagination paints pictures of a life filled with rituals and celebrations that could have taken place here in the desert. You realize that the true meaning of many symbols and their combinations remains unknown, creating an atmosphere of mystery around you. You feel your heart beating in sync with the rhythm of ancient times, as you ponder how these people could have used their knowledge of stars and nature to create such massive drawings. Each line might not have been just an artistic expression, but also a part of a cultural code that linked people with their history and the world around them. You allow yourself to linger on this thought and feel your imagination transport you back to a distant past, when these symbols could have conveyed something more profound than mere images. You close your eyes and picture what this place might have looked like then, the bright sun illuminating the earthen lines, and the sounds of ritual songs uniting people with the spirits of nature. In that moment, you understand that each artwork created here is not just a geometric figure, but a whole language that continues to live in the hearts of those who come here to learn about the past. You feel this sense of connection to something vast and eternal, and you too become a part of this multi-layered history woven from time, culture, and art. You breathe in this moment, allowing yourself to immerse in this enigmatic atmosphere where each breath seems to fill you with knowledge that was lost but never forgotten. You continue to explore the mysteries of the Nazca Lines, and your attention shifts to the questions surrounding their creation and coordination. The scale of this project evokes both admiration and astonishment. How could ancient people organize such a massive undertaking to create these giant drawings? You begin to ponder that for such a task to be successfully completed, a highly organized society was required, possessing not only skills, but also a clear understanding of the purpose of their efforts. This demands not just mastery, but also planning and management abilities, which we typically associate with modern civilizations. You can imagine groups of people working together, discussing and planning how to accomplish such a complex task. The question arises, did they have something like large-scale blueprints that helped them navigate the process? Or perhaps they possessed an unknown technology that allowed them to see these drawings from above and control the precision of the work. Consider this: how could they achieve such precision in the lines and forms given the limitations of their tools and technologies? You feel as these thoughts immerse you in the depths of human intellect and ingenuity that could have existed even in ancient times. You can almost picture them standing on hilltops looking at their creations, checking if all the lines conform to the intended proportions. Perhaps they had special vantage points from which they could observe the process, creating a remarkable connection between the artists and their work. You feel the vast sky above you becoming part of this story, and the stars perhaps served as navigators, guiding them and inspiring the creation of these works. In this moment, you realize that the Nazca Lines are not just geometric figures, but the result of collective effort, thoughtful decisions, and possibly a deep understanding of how to interact with nature. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs with fresh air, and feel your thoughts slowly transitioning into contemplation. Each symbol, each line, represents not only an artistic expression, but also a testament to how people might have used their knowledge of the earth, stars, and time to create something great. You open your eyes and immerse yourself in the world around you, realizing that these ancient achievements continue to inspire awe, leaving us in wonder at the human capacity for creation and understanding. You feel your imagination carrying you into the future, where science and technology open up new horizons for understanding the Nazca Lines. Today, with the help of modern methods such as drones and satellite imagery, researchers continue to uncover the mysteries that were once hidden. You can picture drones flying over the desert where these enigmatic geoglyphs are located, their cameras capturing the smallest details of the landscape, and then, on the screen, new, previously unknown drawings appear. It's as if ancient artists were coming back to life, allowing us to see their work from a bird's-eye view. You realize that each new discovery adds strokes to the overall picture, emphasizing the complexity and scale of this ancient art. With every new finding, researchers ask more questions. How much more is hidden under the sands of time? How many more secrets remain unsolved, waiting for their moment? You feel a sense of excitement, for each discovery not only expands our understanding, but also requires a deeper study, a more attentive look at how ancient civilizations interacted with their environment. And perhaps with each new investigation, we are getting closer to answers to the questions that have haunted human minds for centuries. You allow yourself to ponder the significance these discoveries might have for our understanding of human history. Scientific research conducted with the latest technologies becomes the key to unraveling the mysteries hidden in these desert expanses. You feel these thoughts filling you with hope and inspiration. For we live in an era where science and technology allow us to look into the distant past with new eyes. These geoglyphs seem to become not just artifacts, but living witnesses to human creativity and the desire for self-expression. It's as if each line, each symbol, regains its meaning when you understand that they can tell us more than we ever thought possible. You feel the connection between the past and the present, and this bridge, built on knowledge and technology becomes a part of your own journey towards understanding. In this vast desert space where ancient works meet modern research, you find peace and inspiration, knowing that science continues to advance, allowing us to delve deeper into histories that once seemed inaccessible. You allow yourself to delve deeper into these thoughts, realizing that each new discovery is not just the result of scientists' work, but also a continuation of the extraordinary dialogue between us and our ancestors, who left their wisdom on the sandy pages of time. You continue to traverse the silent expanses of the Nazca Desert, where ancient lines and figures carved into the earth under the bright sun seem to await your attention. It is astonishing to realize that these geoglyphs left behind by ancient civilizations are not just artifacts of the past, but also enigmas that continue to stir the minds of researchers despite all scientific advancements. You can imagine how many generations of people gazing at these symbols have pondered, why were they created? What is their true meaning? These reflections, like a gentle breeze, sweep through your consciousness, reminding you that science is only just beginning to unravel the mysteries of the ancient past. The Nazca Lines remain one of the greatest archaeological paradoxes, their unsolved nature evoking awe and a desire to explore them even deeper. You feel the magic of this enigma drawing you in, like the light of a star guiding you to new discoveries. These silent messages from our ancestors drawn onto the earth create a bridge between time and space, allowing you to feel a connection with those who lived here thousands of years ago. You allow yourself to contemplate how much more there is to learn and how important it is to preserve these historical treasures for future generations, so they too can delve into these reflections and question their own history. Each step along these ancient lines becomes a step on an endless journey where the past meets the present, and you can feel this magic that permeates everything around you. Filled with mystery, these lines continue to inspire you, and you understand that each new discovery is not just an opening, but a chance to understand more deeply who we are and where we came from. In this vast expanse where ancient artifacts and modern technologies intertwine, you feel like a part of something greater than just research. It is an invitation to a dialogue with history that never ceases. You allow yourself to immerse in this silent conversation, where each figure, each line, seems to whisper its secrets to you, waiting for you to find the time and tranquility to hear them. Your soul fills with wonder, and you realize that the Nazca Lines are not just geoglyphs. They are a living message that continues to attract attention and inspire new research, remaining eternally relevant in their silent call to us, researchers and dreamers. You continue your journey, and now before you lies the Salisbury Plain in England, where the magnificent Stonehenge stands. This ancient megalithic complex consisting of enormous stone slabs seems to guard the mysteries of its origin and purpose for centuries. The soft sunlight gently touches the cold stone, and you feel the atmosphere around you filled with grandeur and mystique. The Salisbury Plain, abundant with green hills and picturesque landscapes, provides the perfect backdrop for this historical monument. The sounds of nature surround you, the rustling of grass, birdsong, and a light breeze that brings the scent of fresh earth. You can imagine how thousands of years ago ancient peoples gazing upon these stones felt the same connection to nature and the enigma as you do now. The first mentions of Stonehenge date back to the early 17th century, when researchers began to question its origins and purpose. Scholars like John Aubrey began to systematically study this megalithic complex, recording their observations and speculations about its significance. You can picture their spirit of wonder and bewilderment as they realized that these stones, carved and erected with such precision, could serve not only ritualistic purposes but also astronomical observations. With each new discovery and theory, you feel Stonehenge gaining deeper meaning. The 18th and 19th centuries were an era of active research when archaeologists and anthropologists began to seriously study this enigmatic complex. You can sense the spirit of discovery in the air, and each new find, whether a pottery shard or traces of ancient rituals, fills you with awe. Researchers discovered that Stonehenge was built in several stages, starting from the 3rd millennium BCE. Initially, a circular pit surrounded by wooden structures was erected on this site, later replaced by stone slabs brought from over 200 kilometers away. You can imagine the effort people of that time put into moving these giant blocks using simple but effective methods. Each stone, each element of the structure seems to you not just a part of the architecture, but a part of a vast human history filled with passion and aspirations. Stonehenge has been the subject of numerous theories and hypotheses, from astronomical calendars to sanctuaries, from burial sites to centers of communal life. Scientists still debate its true purpose, and this mystery, like a light fog, envelops you, igniting your desire to learn more. With each breath you take, your sense of wonder and admiration grows. This place, filled with secrets and enigmas, inspires you to explore, reflect, and dream. Every step on the plane leading to Stonehenge becomes a part of your own journey through time, where you can feel the connection to those who stood here many centuries ago, creating and leaving this great legacy. And looking at these giant stones, you realize that Stonehenge is not just a monument of antiquity, but a symbol of man's eternal quest to understand the world in which he lives. You stand before Stonehenge and cannot help but be impressed by the sheer magnitude of this ancient creation. Gazing at the massive sarcens that tower over 4 meters in height and weigh up to 50 tons, you feel as if these stones pierce the sky, connecting earth and heaven. This is truly an engineering marvel that inspires awe and respect. You can imagine the Neolithic people, armed with only primitive tools and immense courage, managing to move such colossal blocks without the wheel or metallic technologies that we consider essential for such tasks. Each stone, meticulously crafted and placed with astonishing precision, tells a story of the immense effort put into its transportation. You can sense the spirit of unity and cooperation of those who worked on this project, their hands filled with sweat and fatigue, yet also with hope, lifting these stones to create something greater than just an architectural structure. The smaller blue stones, though smaller in size, weigh up to 4 tons and were brought from much farther away, making their transportation even more remarkable. You can picture the ancient people using simple yet ingenious methods, such as coordinated group effort, to roll the stones on logs or use special water-filled channels to ease their movement. Each sound you hear in this moment seems to echo in your thoughts about the immense labor, ingenuity and strength invested in creating this unique place. You realize that Stonehenge is not just an architectural monument, but a symbol of human will and the drive to understand. Every touch of these stones, every opportunity to see their grandeur, allows you to feel a connection with those who lived in those distant times. Perhaps in their eyes, too, there shone surprise and admiration as they looked at this stone circle, which became not just a structure, but a reflection of their beliefs and dreams. This place fills you with a sense of unity with the past, and you understand that here, among these stones, time loses its meaning, and you become a part of the endless human history that continues today. You continue to delve into the world of ancient mysteries surrounding Stonehenge, and your gaze falls upon the blue stones which, despite their size, seem no less impressive than their massive sandstone counterparts. These blue stones, weighing up to 4 tons, were quarried from Preseli Hills in Wales, approximately 250 kilometers from this unique site. You can imagine how ancient people, filled with determination and ingenuity, faced the incredible challenge of transporting such massive blocks over such a long distance. They could have used various routes to transport these stones, which evokes a sense of wonder and curiosity in you. Some researchers suggest that the stones could have been transported over land using simple but effective methods. You can visualize hard-working groups of people working together in valuable teams, rolling the stones along logs, creating primitive devices to ease this burden. On the other hand, there are theories that part of the journey could have been made by water. You can picture the stones being lowered onto rafts and transported by rivers or even along the coast, which would have shortened the time and effort required for their transportation. Ancient people may have used the rivers and coastal routes available to them, where waves gently lap the shores and the wind brings a soft whisper. This idea fills you with awe as you imagine ancient sailors and raft builders working together to create safe and reliable routes for their treasures. However, the logistics of this operation remain a subject of research and debate, and each new question opens the door to a deeper understanding of the lives and cultures of those who lived in this time. You can feel the spirit of adventure in the air, as if these stones still hold the memories of those who moved them, their dreams and hopes, and how they overcame difficulties to create something great. You can feel your heart fill with respect for these ancestors who, despite all obstacles, were able to create such an amazing place as Stonehenge. Each blue stone, each crack and every scar on its surface has its own story waiting to be told. And you, standing here among these majestic stones, become a part of this endless history, which intertwines with your own experience, allowing you to feel a connection with the past that is deeper than time and space. You continue to delve into the mysteries of Stonehenge, and your thoughts carry you to questions about its construction. How did ancient people manage to create this magnificent structure using only primitive tools and technologies? Archaeologists and researchers have been trying to solve this puzzle for many years, proposing various theories about the methods that could have been used to build such a monumental monument. One of the most widespread theories involves the use of wooden levers. You can imagine groups of people coming together to create powerful wooden levers, using them to lift and move heavy stones that seem almost impossible to move. Each movement requires effort and coordination, and you can feel the tension in the air as they work in unison, overcoming physical barriers. Another method that is discussed is the use of rollers. You can visualize the stones being rolled along smooth wooden logs with a slight rocking motion underneath, as tireless people, burdened by fatigue, continue to move forward despite all the difficulties. The ingenuity of the ancient people evokes a sense of admiration and respect, as they were able to use the resources around them to achieve their goal. However, despite all these thoughts, questions remain. How did they manage to create a sufficiently strong and reliable system for moving such massive blocks? It is also worth mentioning the hypothesis about earthen ramps. You can imagine the ancient builders creating inclined surfaces that allowed them to lift stones to the desired height using the force of gravity. These ramps could have been dug by hand, demonstrating the incredible work ethic and determination of those who built Stonehenge. You can feel a whole scene unfolding before you, groups of people working day and night, creating this symbol of unity and strength. Despite all these theories and experiments, such as attempts to move large stones using primitive technologies, the full clarity of the methods used to build Stonehenge remains elusive. You can feel a touch of sadness from this uncertainty, but also a sense of awe at how each new experiment and discovery expands the horizons of your understanding. Perhaps this is the essence of historical research, a constant pursuit of knowledge that never ends. Each theory, each hypothesis, each attempt to explain how these stones were built adds new layers to your perception of this ancient structure. You stand at the heart of this historical research, immersing yourself in the mystique of Stonehenge and allowing yourself to be a part of this endless history. These stones hold not only secrets but also the spirit of an entire nation that, despite all the difficulties, managed to create something so monumental and inspiring. You are immersing yourself in the world of ancient knowledge, and your thoughts turn to the astronomical function of Stonehenge. You can imagine the builders, with their deep understanding of celestial phenomena, marking important moments in time, such as sunrise and sunset. On the summer solstice, when the sun reaches its highest point in the sky, you can feel the first rays of light penetrating between the massive stones, creating a magical interplay of light and shadow. The alignment of Stonehenge to this moment is remarkable. It precisely points to the horizon where the sun appears, indicating the high level of astronomical knowledge possessed by its creators. You can feel the fascination of this precision, for it is not mere chance, but the result of many years of observation and experimentation. Conversely, on the winter solstice, when the sun dips below the horizon, Stonehenge also points to the sunset. You can picture the ancient people gathering at this time to mark this important moment, symbolizing the start of a new cycle. They could feel a surge of hope, for after the shortest day, light begins to return, bringing with it new life. This understanding of the cyclical nature of nature and time demonstrates the level of intellect and connection to the world that these ancient builders possessed. You slow your breath and allow yourself to delve into thoughts about how crucial it was for them to observe the heavens, how they could predict the change of seasons and plan their agricultural activities accordingly. These knowledge were not only practical but also held deep spiritual significance. You can feel how the connection to nature and astronomy was vital to them, how they perceived the world around them as a unified whole, where each element had its place and meaning. You realize that Stonehenge is not just stones, but a whole system that unites astronomy, architecture, and spirituality. Each of its constructions, each stone, each gap, was designed with the interaction with celestial bodies in mind. You can notice how similar constructions exist in other cultures where astronomical phenomena played a key role in society. This makes you part of a broader human history, a history where knowledge and awe of nature led to the creation of magnificent monuments. This unique symbiosis of science and art is both captivating and inspiring, for you understand that even in those distant times when modern technologies did not exist, people possessed deep knowledge and understanding of their place in the world. You return to the thought that Stonehenge stands as a monument to their wisdom, as well as a symbol of unity and shared purpose. Each time you look at this ancient monument, you can feel how it connects the past and the present, reminding you that knowledge and the pursuit of understanding have always been important to humanity. You continue to immerse yourself in the world of mysteries and secrets, surrounding yourself with the grandeur of Stonehenge. This ancient monument, shrouded in legends, gives rise to numerous theories about its purpose. You can imagine how scientists and researchers have tried for centuries to unravel its secrets, much like archaeologists searching for treasures in the sands of time. One popular hypothesis suggests that Stonehenge may have served as an ancient calendar, allowing people to track time and seasons. You can picture groups of people gathering around these massive stones, carefully observing changes in light throughout the year, marking important dates such as equinoxes and solstices. You can feel the spirits of ancestors and nature filling this sacred space where people would gather to perform rituals and pray to their gods. Your imagination paints pictures of ancient priests in ritual clothing conducting ceremonies invoking divine powers to ensure a bountiful harvest or healing. Professor Tim Darvill proposes an interesting theory that Stonehenge might have been a place of healing where people came for help and support. You can sense how this idea fills the space with hope and care, as perhaps here people sought not only physical healing but also spiritual renewal. The more you delve into these thoughts, the clearer it becomes that the lack of written records from the builders of Stonehenge leaves room for many hypotheses. You can feel a slight thrill at the thought that each new discovery or theory could open new horizons in understanding this enigmatic place. Researchers studying the architectural features and arrangement of the stones continue to propose new ideas, each adding to the overall picture. Perhaps Stonehenge was not just one object, but a complex of meanings combining elements of a calendar, a sanctuary, an observatory, and a place of healing. You slow your breath and allow yourself to be drawn into contemplation of how the diversity of these theories reflects humanity's thirst for knowledge and understanding. Each stone in Stonehenge holds a fragment of history about which we can only speculate. This creates a sense of connection with past generations, who may have also pondered the meaning of life and their place in the world. You picture people coming here for millennia to seek answers, and these searches continue to this day. Your soul fills with respect for those who created this monument and for those who continue to study it, striving to unravel its mysteries. You realize that Stonehenge is not just stones. It is a living testament to humanity's drive for knowledge, unity, and connection with the surrounding world, inspiring people from generation to generation. You delve into profound contemplation about the people who built Stonehenge, their culture and way of life. These ancient builders who left us this enigmatic monument were part of a broader community comprising various cultural groups that interacted and influenced each other over thousands of years. You can imagine people from the Wessex culture who may have created this monument, utilizing their knowledge of construction and astronomy. Archaeological excavations reveal that they lived in this region during the Neolithic period and were skilled farmers, hunters, and gatherers. You can feel their hands working the earth, sowing seeds and harvesting crops, and their minds filled with questions about nature and the cosmos, which may have inspired them to build such a monumental structure. There are also intriguing finds related to the Beaker culture, which add a new dimension to understanding Stonehenge. This culture, which existed in the 3rd millennium BCE, left behind unique artifacts such as ceramic vessels and ritual objects. You can picture these people gathering to celebrate their rituals and how their beliefs intertwined with the lives of their ancestors, creating a deep connection with the earth and the heavens. Archaeologists find traces of these cultures around Stonehenge, which help reconstruct the picture of life during those times. Each discovery is a separate story that opens a door to the past and allows you to better understand the thoughts and feelings of the people who built this monument. An important aspect to note is the presence of settlements found in close proximity to Stonehenge. These archaeological findings provide valuable information about how its builders lived. You can imagine small houses surrounded by fields where people practiced agriculture and animal husbandry, prepared food, and exchanged goods. Your imagination paints a picture of everyday life, children playing on green meadows, men and women working in the fields, and elder members of the community passing down wisdom to the next generations. These settlements evoke a sense of warmth and unity, as each was part of a larger network of human connections. You can feel the atmosphere of this place filled with the spirit of antiquity. Each stone and artifact found in this area tells a story about the beliefs and customs of those who lived here. For example, archaeologists find animal remains that may have been used in rituals, as well as tools that indicate how people interacted with the nature around them. You can imagine how in their beliefs, nature was animate, and every element of life, whether a stone, a tree, or an animal, had its own spirit and meaning. As you engage in these reflections, you feel how the history of Stonehenge intertwines with the history of the people who built it. Each day they sought answers to their questions about life, death, and the universe, just as you do today. These ancient builders left us not only a physical monument, but also a deep legacy of ideas and beliefs that continue to inspire and amaze us. You realize that Stonehenge is not just stones, It is a symbol of human curiosity, the desire to unite with nature, and the search for one's place in this world. You slow your breath and allow yourself to be immersed in these thoughts, feeling the energy of the ancient people permeating your consciousness, filling you with peace and tranquility. As you continue your journey, you suddenly feel a light veil of mystery descending upon the air as you recall the myths and legends that surround Stonehenge. These tales, passed down through generations, add depth and magic to this ancient monument. Imagine the Druids clad in ritual garments, gathering in the dense forests that once encircled Stonehenge, their faces illuminated by the mysterious light of the fires. You sense their sacred rituals intertwining with the rhythms of nature as these wise keepers of knowledge harness the power of earth and sky to connect people with the spirits of their ancestors. Among these stories, the legendary magician Merlin appears, said to have used his magical abilities to move the giant stones, creating this magnificent monument. You can picture their enormous shadows covering the earth, like clouds that can bestow life with extraordinary possibilities, and how they raise their hands to the sky, seeking the approval of the heavenly powers. These myths transform Stonehenge from a mere monument into a living symbol of humanity's connection to the world. Each of these tales fills you with a sense of wonder and awe. You are not just studying the ancient stone circle, but also touching the deep pulse of history that is still alive today. Legends of Druids and Merlin, giants and ancient rituals create an atmosphere of magic and enchantment, allowing your imagination to travel through times when the world was full of mysteries and marvels. You can feel these stories penetrating your consciousness, creating a bridge between the present and the past, and reminding you that even in our modern world, there is a place for magic and dreams. With each breath, you allow yourself to delve deeper into these myths, realizing that they are not just fables, but reflections of humanity's desire to understand its place in the world. You can feel the energy of the ancient people, their thoughts and feelings, still lingering in the air, animating the stones around you. Stonehenge, with its majestic forms and mysterious stories, becomes not just an object of study, but a place of solace and inspiration. You allow yourself to immerse in these reflections on the myths, feeling how they intertwine with your inner world, creating a unique sense of connection to something greater than yourself. Each word spoken in these legends, like a gentle touch, helps you find peace in this eternal search for understanding and meaning. You understand that Stonehenge, like these stories, is eternal, and its magic continues to live in the hearts of those who seek answers to their questions about life, nature, and the universe. You breathe deeply, allowing yourself to enjoy this moment, feeling the mystical aura of this place enveloping you, filling you with serenity and tranquility. As you continue your journey, your attention is now drawn not only to the grandeur of Stonehenge, but also to its current state, which merits reflection. You realize that this ancient monument, having endured thousands of years, has witnessed numerous changes both in nature and society. You can feel the gentle touch of the wind on your cheeks and imagine it carrying not only the freshness of nature, but also the traces of time, which have left their marks on the mighty stones. Stonehenge, with its colossal megaliths, has been subject to the influence of the environment and human activity, which has inevitably affected its condition. You recall how rain, wind, and sunlight gradually altered the texture of the stones, leached minerals from them, and brought changes to their structure. These natural factors, like wise keepers of time, slowly but surely eroded the strength and splendor of the monument. You notice that some of the stones are covered with moss and lichens, as if nature is trying to embrace this antiquity, but it also serves as a reminder of the need for careful treatment of this place. Modern research shows that climate change may have an even greater impact on Stonehenge, and you can picture scientists and researchers discussing how to find a balance between protecting the monument and its natural environment. You delve into thoughts about the efforts made to preserve this historical heritage. You understand that local authorities, scientists, and activists are working together to prevent further destruction. You can almost hear the sounds of restorers carefully cleaning the stones of dirt and restoring their original appearance. These efforts remind you that Stonehenge is not just a monument, but a living testimony to human history and culture, requiring care and protection. You imagine volunteers gathering by the shores of this sacred place to participate in cleanup and protection efforts, approaching each stone with love as if it were an old friend. You feel inspired by these actions, feeling a desire to care for your surroundings. Scientists also employ modern technologies such as laser scanning and material analysis to better understand how to preserve these ancient stones. You realize that such innovations are becoming important tools in the struggle to preserve cultural heritage. You can almost see them studying the composition of the stones to learn how to most effectively protect them from the harmful effects of the environment. Your imagination takes you to the future, where Stonehenge stands majestically, protected by caring hands and minds that understand its value. You can picture new generations coming to this place to marvel at its beauty and history, feeling the same connection to their ancestors that you do. You understand that caring for Stonehenge is not just about caring for the stones, but about the very spirit of humanity, our ability to preserve and pass on knowledge and wisdom. You take a deep breath, allowing yourself to be immersed in these thoughts and feel your heart fill with warmth as you realize that even in our modern world full of challenges, there is room for love and respect for history. Stonehenge, like its legends, lives in the consciousness of those who strive to preserve it for future generations. And in this, there is a certain magic. You feel this place continuing to live, reminding you that the past and future are connected in an eternal flow of time, and that each of us is a part of this extraordinary process. Your soul fills with peace, and you understand that you are in a special place where time and space merge, creating a unique atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. Stonehenge is not just a monument, it is a living history, and its grandeur and mystery continue to draw the attention of researchers and enthusiasts of ancient artifacts from around the world. You feel as if its stones hold countless secrets, inaccessible to understanding, and this fills you with a sense of wonder and awe. You can imagine scientists armed with modern technologies continuing to unravel the mysteries of Stonehenge, asking questions about how these massive megaliths were created, what tools were used, and how ancient people, without modern means, managed to move and install such heavy stones. You feel as if this process opens new dimensions of understanding human history, allowing you to look into the past where technology and traditions intertwined in a unique pattern. You notice that many theories about the purpose of Stonehenge generate lively interest and debate. Some scientists suggest it was an astronomical observatory, enabling ancient people to track the movements of the sun and moon, while others believe it served as a site for rituals and worship. Each of these perspectives offers a new insight into how ancient civilizations understood the world around them and found their place in it. You feel as if these reflections on cultural connections, on how different peoples could interact and exchange knowledge, create a sense of unity among humanity. Stonehenge becomes a symbol of this interaction, which has continued for thousands of years, connecting us with our ancestors. You allow yourself to delve into thoughts about how Stonehenge reflects not only the technological achievements of its time, but also the spiritual pursuits of those who created it. Each stone, each element of the structure speaks of a desire for something greater, for understanding the universe and one's place within it. You notice how this idea of a universal human quest for knowledge and understanding unites us, regardless of time and space. This place becomes your personal bridge to those who lived here thousands of years ago, to their dreams and hopes, to their search for meaning. You can feel Stonehenge stirring in you the desire to explore, learn, and understand. It is not just a monument, it is an invitation to a journey through time, and you understand that each visit here opens new horizons for reflection. You breathe deeply, allowing yourself to absorb this inspiration that was born in these stones. You feel as if your thoughts and feelings intertwine with history, as your presence here becomes a part of this endless chain of time. Your soul fills with gratitude for being able to connect with this unique part of human history. You understand that Stonehenge, with its mysteries and grandeur, continues to inspire and provoke thought, making it one of the most intriguing megalithic structures on the planet. The secrets of its creation, purpose, and cultural connections continue to draw researchers, and each new step in understanding this place opens new horizons. You take a deep breath, allowing yourself to absorb this atmosphere, and feel as if your heart beats in harmony with eternity when you realize that Stonehenge is not just stones. It is a reflection of our shared history, our quest for knowledge, and the preservation of our heritage. You are transported back to the summer of 1901 when a group of Greek sponge divers, diving off the picturesque shores of the island of Antikythera, make an unexpected discovery. You feel the cold, transparent waters of the Aegean Sea envelop you as you watch the divers descend into the blue, searching for marine treasures and forgotten riches. Their hearts fill with excitement as they stumble upon a sunken ancient Roman ship, seemingly holding secrets of the past. You feel their anticipation and curiosity as they begin to explore the wreckage, finding amphorae adorned with intricate patterns and golden coins reflecting the sunlight. But among these ordinary treasures, something extraordinary appears. Suddenly, one of the divers notices a rusted piece of metal lying on the seabed covered in seaweed and sand. As he lifts this strange object, you feel a sense of magic in the air. This piece of metal, initially unremarkable, will later be known as the Antikythera mechanism. You see the divers, unaware of the significance of their find, return to the surface, filled with joy over their collected spoils. But this piece of metal will become the key to unlocking ancient mysteries. You allow yourself to imagine this mechanism with its complex gears and mechanisms created more than 2,000 years ago. You feel the connection to this artifact which had long remained in the shadows, raising questions about the technological prowess of the ancient Greeks. How did they create such a complex device whose design anticipates its time? You feel your imagination transport you to the workshops of ancient craftsmen, where they lovingly and meticulously created this extraordinary tool, which may have served as an astronomical calculator, helping to track the movements of stars and planets. When the Antikythera mechanism falls into the hands of scientists, you feel a new era of research beginning. Scientists from around the world start studying this artifact, uncovering its intricate mechanisms and deciphering its functions. You notice how their work is filled with awe for the ancient knowledge that had been lost over centuries, and how they strive to restore the missing fragments of this extraordinary history. You feel this process opening new horizons for understanding how ancient civilizations used science and technology to explain the world around them. You also realize that the Antikythera mechanism, like Stonehenge, becomes a symbol of humanity's quest for knowledge. This artifact connects us with our ancestors, reminding us that even in ancient times, people sought answers to complex questions and strove to understand their place in the universe. You allow yourself to delve into these thoughts, feeling new horizons of understanding open up as you realize that technology and culture have always intertwined, creating unique patterns in human history. You breathe deeply, absorbing the atmosphere of wonder and admiration as you think about how just one found piece of metal can change our perception of the past. You understand that every discovery, every detail can open new pages of history, and your heart fills with a sense of connection to those who lived in the distant past, who created this mechanism, and who may have dreamed of stars just as you do. You feel the passage of time slowing down as this ancient artifact is placed on a shelf in one of the museums, where it is long considered an ordinary mechanism or even a decorative element. You imagine the dark corners of exhibition halls where the Antikythera mechanism, surrounded by other finds, silently awaits its moment. You sense the silence that reigns in these spaces and the multitude of unasked questions it hides. It seems that no one suspects the greatness concealed behind its corroded layers. Years pass and the mechanism remains in the shadows, as if waiting for the moment when its secrets will be revealed. You allow yourself to ponder how many such unique artifacts history may have hidden, unnoticed, in their quiet corners. In the early 1970s, when attention is finally drawn to this mysterious object, you feel the anticipation in the air. Researchers like Derek de Solla Price begin their work, delving into the study of the complex mechanism. You can almost see him carefully examining each element, his eyes filled with wonder at what he discovers. The distinguished scientist employs modern methods such as X-ray images to peer inside this enigmatic device. The process resembles digging through a dusty archive, where each new layer reveals a new page of ancient history. You feel his research becoming a true odyssey, and with each new discovery, he realizes that this mechanism is not just an artifact, but a complex device with an astonishing internal structure. You notice how, as a result of his work, details that were once hidden from view come to light. Complex gears that initially seem simple are revealed as part of a mechanism capable of calculating the movements of celestial bodies. Your own curiosity grows as you realize that ancient Greeks could create something that anticipated many future inventions. Your soul fills with awe as you understand that this discovery opens a new chapter in the understanding of ancient technologies. You feel the scientists focus on every element of the mechanism and how gradually the threads of its scientific significance are unraveled. With each new detail, with each discovery, the Antikythera mechanism begins to reveal its true essence. You let your imagination transport you to the era when this artifact was created, and you realize that it has become not just a historical object, but a true symbol of human pursuit of knowledge. You feel the connection across centuries, from its first creators to contemporary researchers who strive to unravel its mysteries. You understand that the Antikythera mechanism is not just an object, but a bridge between past and present, continuing to inspire us in our search for answers to questions about our place in the world. You take a deep breath, absorbing the sensation of connection with this extraordinary artifact, which, despite its antiquity, continues to speak to us, opening up endless possibilities. You immerse yourself in the world of the Antikythera mechanism, envisioning its intricate construction, which consists of more than 30 bronze gears that, like tiny creatures, work harmoniously together. Each gear, each detail, each inscription on the dials. These are not just parts of the mechanism, but keys to understanding ancient knowledge of celestial bodies. You feel your imagination painting pictures where these details come together in a unified system, much like musical instruments in an orchestra, creating a melody that can predict the movements of the sun, moon, and the 5 known planets of ancient times. You can almost feel the gentle vibration passing through the mechanism as it begins to operate, filling the space with the sounds of the gear's smooth movement. This complex mechanism, in essence, is an analog computer of its time, capable of calculating solar and lunar eclipses, lunar phases, and determining the dates of the Olympic Games with high precision. You can picture an ancient astronomer carefully studying the positions of celestial bodies, using the Antikythera mechanism as a reliable assistant that accurately indicates when important astronomical events will occur. You notice how each movement of the mechanism reflects deep knowledge and observations that humanity has accumulated over centuries. Your soul fills with awe as you realize that this artifact was not just an instrument, but a symbol of humanity's strive to understand the universe. You feel how solar, and lunar eclipses, which once caused fear and wonder, have become predictable phenomena thanks to this remarkable device. You allow yourself to ponder how the ancient Greeks used it to organize the Olympic Games, tracking time cycles and festivals that gathered people from all corners of the world. You sense how this mechanism continues to live, connecting people from different epochs, and how its mysteries, revealed by researchers, inspire us to new discoveries. As you pass through the space where the Antikythera mechanism is located, you feel the cold metal of the gears evoke a sense of reverence, and the inscriptions on the dials seem to whisper stories waiting to be heard. You imagine this mechanism was created with care and skill, passing knowledge from generation to generation, like a voice of ancestors that continues to speak to us even after thousands of years. Filled with light and warmth, these moments create around you an atmosphere of peace and deep connection with history, allowing you to realize that we all are part of this great human history. You take a deep breath, allowing yourself to immerse in this world of knowledge and discoveries, which, despite its antiquity, continues to fill your thoughts with wonders. You continue to feel the grandeur of the Antikythera mechanism, immersing yourself in its technological complexity, which, like a magical incantation, opens doors to the ancient world. You realize that this extraordinary artifact is not just a mechanism, but a true engineering gem whose components combine into a single system capable of performing functions that would remain inaccessible to humanity for many centuries. Your soul fills with admiration as you imagine how differential gears, these elegant and complex constructions, allowed for the change in the speed of rotation of gears, ensuring the precision of calculations that exceeded their time by more than 1,000 years. You feel your imagination painting pictures of ancient Greek craftsmen working on this device, their hands dusty and marked by time, creating a masterpiece that was meant to change the understanding of astronomy. You understand that such complex mechanisms as the Antikythera would not appear in Europe until the 14th century, when astronomical clocks began to adopt similar principles, which challenges the traditional understanding of technological progress in the ancient world. How is it possible that at a time when most people were just beginning to comprehend the cycles of time, this mechanism already knew how to predict them with high accuracy? You feel waves of curiosity and amazement wash over you as you ponder how this mechanism inspired both awe and fear in those who had the honor of seeing it. Each gear, each dial, each inscription, these are not just details, but parts of a mosaic that tells a story about our ability to create and understand complex systems. You take a deep breath, allowing yourself to feel the connection with these ancient craftsmen who created something truly unique, which led to questions that humanity has been seeking answers to for centuries. How wonderful to know that you stand at the threshold of a discovery that is not just about the mechanism, but about our pursuit of knowledge and understanding. This mechanism, like a mirror, reflects not only the knowledge of the ancient Greeks, but also our own quest for exploration, for finding answers to questions about time, space, and our role in this extraordinary world. You allow yourself to feel how the world around you fills with the sounds of smooth movement as gears interact with each other, creating a symphony that resonates with your heart. Each moment spent near this amazing artifact becomes an opportunity to deepen your knowledge of the past and understand how distant events intertwine with the present, creating a unique fabric of human history. You embrace this moment, allowing yourself to become a part of this great history, understanding that such discoveries not only lift the veil from the mysteries of the past, but also inspire us to new achievements in the future. You continue to delve into contemplations about the origin of the Antikythera mechanism, imagining how the ideas that formed its basis could have emerged. You feel your imagination carrying you into the depths of history, where great minds of antiquity, such as Archimedes of Syracuse and the astronomer Posidonius of Rhodes, could have been the inspirations behind this marvelous invention. Archimedes, renowned for his mathematical discoveries and mechanical inventions, left behind a legacy that continues to awe scientists to this day. You can picture him under the shade of olive trees, lost in thought about the movements of celestial bodies, driven by the idea of creating a mechanism that could predict their movements with precision beyond the capabilities of his contemporaries. You sense how his genius could have been the driving force behind the creation of a device that would allow people to gaze into the future and understand the cycles of time. Posidonius, a scholar and philosopher, could have contributed to the astronomical calculations, enriching the mechanism with his wisdom and knowledge of the stars, creating an environment where such ideas could flourish. However, when you consider the possible creators, you realize that the absence of similar finds only deepens the mystery. Why did such advanced technology not gain widespread use? Why are there no other mechanical devices like the Antikythera mechanism that could confirm its significance and influence on ancient civilization? This thought fills you with a light sense of unease, as if there is an unspoken enigma in the air. You realize that even in the presence of outstanding minds like Archimedes and Posidonius, the world was still full of mysteries and unfinished stories. Perhaps the Antikythera mechanism was a unique creation that did not find a successor in an era when knowledge of mechanics and astronomy was just beginning to take shape. You feel this thought enveloping you, evoking a sense of gentle nostalgia for the times when science and philosophy were just beginning to intersect, laying the foundation for future discoveries. How many questions remain unanswered, and how extraordinary it is to feel connected to these great minds who left their mark on history. You allow yourself to ponder, perhaps in this lost technology lie the keys to understanding not only the past, but also our own quest for knowledge, our search for answers to the questions that have troubled humanity for millennia. You allow yourself to sink into this meditation, feeling as if each breath fills you with the energy of discovery, as if you yourself are becoming a part of this great history, striving for understanding and exploration. This connection between you and the ancient masters may not be immediately apparent, but it is felt in every breath, in every moment of contemplation about how we, modern researchers, continue their legacy in our search for answers to questions that may have been asked in those distant times. You continue to delve into contemplations about the context of the Antikythera mechanism discovery, envisioning a sunken ship that served as a time capsule, preserving the secrets of antiquity. This Roman ship, which was lost in the boundless sea around 76 to 70 years before our era, lies at the bottom of the Aegean Sea as a silent witness to the past, and you feel its history filling your imagination. You picture this ship perhaps carrying not only valuable goods but also knowledge that the Romans sought to unite their culture with the rich heritage of the Greeks. Perhaps it was on this ship that tablets with philosophical treatises, scrolls with astronomical calculations, and works of art were found, intended to enrich Rome. The water slowly flowing around seems to hold the memory of the stormy waves that once rocked this ship, and you can almost hear the sounds of its journey, the creaking of wood, the rustling of sails, the conversations of sailors. You realize that the sunken ship not only took many artifacts to the depths, but also left behind many questions about how technology and science were developing in those distant times. This mechanism, found among the wreckage, became a key to understanding what knowledge and ideas were available and how they could resonate with the culture developing on the other side of the Mediterranean. Reflecting on how this mechanism could have worked, you feel your imagination painting pictures of ancient Roman scholars using it to predict the movements of stars, immersing themselves in the study of celestial bodies and time cycles. Perhaps it was this mechanism that allowed the Romans to better understand the nature they lived in and their place in the world. You feel that this mechanism became a symbol of humanity's boundless quest for knowledge. In this moment, you understand that science and technology in antiquity were not isolated fields, but rather intertwined with cultural and philosophical ideas, creating a powerful stream of thought and inspiration. This connection between different civilizations, between Greece and Rome, might have been deeper than you could have imagined. You allow yourself to ponder how the interaction of these cultures could have led to the creation of something as unique as the Antikythera mechanism, and how it became a symbol of humanity's quest for exploration and understanding of its surroundings. This thought envelops you, creating a sense of connection to the past, when each new discovery opened doors to new knowledge and possibilities. You feel your heart filling with peace and inspiration as you realize that, despite distances and time, knowledge always binds people together like an invisible thread passing through the centuries. And as you inhale the fresh, salty air, you allow yourself to be immersed in thoughts about what other secrets might be hidden at the bottom of the seas, waiting to be uncovered and explored. You continue to delve into contemplations about the possible purposes of the Antikythera mechanism, envisioning it not just as a tool for scientific research, but also possessing numerous other meanings. You feel the world of ancient Romans come alive with energy as you consider that the mechanism could have served not only for predicting stellar movements, but also for educating future generations in astronomy and mathematics. In your imagination, you see scholars meticulously studying its details, striving to unravel the mysteries of the universe, and you sense how this pursuit of knowledge connects generations, creating a bridge between past and future. Yet, you begin to consider the possibility that it could have been used for ritualistic purposes, helping ancient people navigate the complexities of life tied to natural cycles and astronomical phenomena. Picture Roman priests using this mechanism in their rituals, and you feel how its astronomical functions could have influenced major events such as sowing and harvesting, establishing a connection between the heavens and the earth. This thought fills you with a sense of profound harmony as you realize that in ancient times, science and religion were not separate but complementary, creating unique models of understanding the world. You also ponder the navigational aspects of this device, imagining how it could have served as a tool for sailors exploring uncharted waters. Picture captains using it to find their way in open seas, relying on knowledge accumulated over centuries. Stars shining in the dark night sky become symbols of hope and discovery, as you understand that navigation in ancient times was an art based on observation and experience. Yet, despite all these speculations, you realize that the true purpose of the Antikythera mechanism remains a subject of debate among scholars. You feel how this opens up a space for reflection and questions, creating a sense of incompleteness that only fuels your curiosity. Perhaps it is in this uncertainty that the magic of this artifact lies as it continues to hold its secrets, and you allow yourself to ponder how many more mysteries are hidden in the depths of history. This enigma pauses you for a moment, and you feel your breath become smoother, as if the whole world is holding its breath while you realize that every question opens doors to new discoveries, and every answer adds new layers to what is already known. You allow yourself to immerse in this boundless universe of possibilities, feeling your imagination blossom like a flower, opening to the morning sun, and understanding that although we may never know all the details, it is this process of discovery that makes us more connected to our past. You feel, with each breath, you delve deeper into this thought, allowing yourself to imagine that its existence is merely the tip of the iceberg, hiding far more extensive and complex technologies that once existed in ancient civilizations. You begin to understand that many of them might have possessed such knowledge and skills about which the modern world is not even aware. This idea evokes a sense of awe, as if you are standing at the threshold of discovering unexplored horizons, where your thoughts about ancient mariners, scholars, and engineers intertwine into a single picture, creating an image of a society that was much more advanced than we usually think. You feel as if their achievements perhaps were lost in the ages, drowned in the depths of time and forgotten, but the very existence of such artifacts as the Antikythera mechanism makes you hope that we are only beginning to understand the true depth of their knowledge. In your imagination, you see images of magnificent libraries filled with scrolls that could contain secrets of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering, and you feel as these knowledge, like light, pierce through the darkness to illuminate the path to new discoveries. You allow yourself to ponder how many more mysteries are hidden beneath the layers of time, how many lost technologies and knowledge might be found in archaeological excavations all over the world. Each discovery, each new detail uncovered by scientists becomes a door leading to yet another enigma, and you feel as your imagination blossoms like the petals of a flower in response to this wonderful possibility. Immersing yourself in this state of reflection, you begin to understand that our history is full of unspoken truths and discoveries waiting to be revealed, and each new discovery only emphasizes how little we know about our ancestors and their achievements. You feel as this thought fills you with tranquility and hope, for every new knowledge we gain becomes not only a step towards understanding our past, but also an opportunity to create a deeper connection with those who lived before us. This connection, like invisible threads, binds generations, and you take another breath, allowing this feeling to penetrate your consciousness like a gentle breeze filling the space with freshness and new discoveries. You realize that the Antikythera mechanism can serve not only as a key to understanding ancient knowledge, but also as an inspiration for future research, opening before you boundless possibilities for studying and understanding our place in this infinite universe. And in this process, you find not only knowledge, but also serenity, allowing you to connect more deeply with history and with yourself. You continue to delve into the world of discoveries as your thoughts about the mysterious Antikythera mechanism turn to modern methods of its study, which, like a magical spell, reveal its secrets before you. In the 21st century, scientists use advanced technologies such as three-dimensional modeling and computer tomography to peer inside this ancient artifact, as if opening a spellbound book whose pages are woven with time and knowledge. You imagine how, using computer tomography, researchers can create detailed layers of images that show the internal mechanisms of the device in a way that could never be seen by the naked eye. These images, like transparent layers, allow you to see how gears and wheels interact with each other, creating a harmony of motion that is astonishing in its precision and complexity. You can almost hear the soft sound as the mechanisms rotate, like the music of ancient times echoing from the depths of history. Meanwhile, three-dimensional modeling allows for the creation of virtual reconstructions, enabling scientists not only to visualize, but also to experiment with the functions of the mechanism. You picture how three-dimensional models appear on a computer screen, showing how this unique instrument could have been used to predict astronomical events such as eclipses or planetary movements. This thought fills you with awe as it turns out that ancient people possessed knowledge that today seems incredible. Thanks to this technology, researchers can also study how each element of the mechanism was made and how it could function within the context of its culture, giving you a deeper understanding of how science and art intertwined in the lives of ancient Greeks. You feel as your thoughts are filled with images of scientists diligently working on these projects and how they approached the solution of not only the Antikythera mechanism, but also the very essence of human curiosity and understanding of the world around us. These modern research methods become not just tools, but keys to unraveling the mysteries that have been hidden for centuries, and you feel your connection to history deepening like the roots of a tree sinking into the earth, filling it with strength and life. Thoughts about how technologies of the 21st century directly influence our understanding of the past create a sense of lightness and inspiration in your consciousness, for each new discovery opens doors to further research and questions that humanity continues to seek answers to. You allow yourself to dive deeper into this idea, feeling a sense of calm and joy from the fact that, despite all the challenges of the modern world, the desire for knowledge and discoveries remains unchanged. You realize that each step forward that scientists take is not just a step towards solving one puzzle, but a part of a larger journey in which you, as a spectator, also become a part of this amazing process. You breathe deeply, feeling how this understanding permeates you, like sunlight illuminating the dark corners of your consciousness, and you are ready to continue this fascinating journey into the world of knowledge and discoveries, where each new fact and detail becomes a source of inspiration and serenity. You stand at the threshold of an extraordinary discovery when you realize that the Antikythera mechanism is not just an artifact, but a true window into the world of ancient knowledge, opening up boundless horizons of human thought and achievement. Each time you delve deeper into the study of this unique device, you feel your consciousness filled not only with facts, but also with a sense of connection to those who lived thousands of years ago. You can imagine philosophers and scientists much like yourself, seeking answers to eternal questions about the universe, time, and space. This mechanism, created in ancient Greece, became a symbol of their quest for understanding the world around them, its patterns and mysteries. You notice how its complex mechanisms, each gear and detail, tell their own story, reminding you that knowledge does not disappear, but transforms, passing from generation to generation. Immersing yourself in the study of the Antikythera mechanism, you realize how it continues to rewrite the history of the development of science and technology, opening new perspectives for future research. One discovery after another linked to this artifact challenges contemporary notions of scientific progress and makes you ponder how many more amazing secrets the past holds. You feel a sense of awe when you consider that each new layer uncovered in the research process could lead to another astonishing discovery that changes your perception of history. The ancient knowledge you learn becomes not just a part of academic science, but a living part of your own life, inspiring feelings of admiration and reverence for those who once created this artifact. You allow yourself to immerse in this feeling, understanding that by studying the Antikythera mechanism, you are not just exploring history, but becoming a part of it, absorbing the spirit of discovery and the drive to learn. Your soul fills with joy at the thought that for centuries humanity has continued to ask questions, seek answers, and marvel at the world around it. This sense of unity with history and science becomes a source of inspiration for you when you realize that every detail, every researcher, every moment in history has meaning and leaves a trace in the endless flow of time. You allow yourself to pause on this thought and stop time for a moment, as if trying to imprint this moment in your memory, for the knowledge you gain is not just information, but a key to understanding not only the past, but also the future. The Antikythera mechanism seems to whisper to you that each of us can be a researcher, opening new horizons, and you gratefully accept this message, allowing it to permeate your consciousness like sunlight through the leaves of a tree on a sunny day. You continue your journey through the fascinating pages of history as your thoughts transport you to one of the most mysterious books in the world, the Voynich Manuscript. This manuscript, written hundreds of years ago, remains undeciphered and unread by any scholar, despite countless attempts to decode its enigmatic text. You feel a slight tremor as you contemplate the existence of a book that may contain knowledge, ideas, and wisdom waiting to be understood. Your imagination paints pictures of ancient pages adorned with exotic illustrations, where plants, stars, and mysterious symbols intertwine in a whimsical dance, as if aware that their meaning eludes human comprehension. The story of the Voynich Manuscript begins in the early 20th century when Polish bookseller Wilfrid Voynich stumbled upon this manuscript while wandering through the markets of Italy. You can almost feel his excitement as he first holds this mysterious artifact, unaware that he is on the brink of a discovery that will forever change his life and lead him into a world of unsolved mysteries. The enchanting atmosphere of that time, when each page of the manuscript was bathed in soft light and the scent of old paper reminded of thousands of years of history, envelops you, creating a sense of magic. You envision Voynich, examining every detail, realizing that the text is written in an unknown language that has never been encountered in science. This mystery, like a riddle, beckons you, stirring your desire to unravel it and touch the knowledge that might be lost forever. You understand that the Voynich Manuscript is not just a book, but a symbol of human curiosity and the quest for knowledge that transcends centuries. Scholars and cryptographers from around the world continue to try to decipher it, delving into a world of symbols and images, but each step forward only adds new questions to the already vast stream of enigmas. You feel how this book, in its state of uncertainty, connects people, inspiring them to new research and discoveries. Your soul is filled with awe at how one single manuscript can touch the hearts and minds of so many researchers and lovers of the mysterious, igniting in them the desire to unravel its secrets and touch the unknown. You allow yourself to linger on this thought, imagining the Voynich Manuscript continuing to keep its secrets in the silence of libraries, awaiting the moment when someone, perhaps in the future, will finally understand the message hidden in its pages. This manuscript becomes for you a symbol of the importance of not losing hope and continuing to seek, even if the path seems thorny and full of obstacles, for it is in this search that the true essence of human existence, the drive for knowledge and understanding lies. You feel how this undeciphered book inspires you to your own discoveries, reminding you that each of us is a part of this endless story, where every mystery can be the beginning of a new adventure. You are immersing yourself in the world of the Voynich Manuscript, where each page seems to come alive under your gaze, revealing endless mysteries. Your hand touches the smooth surface of the paper, and you feel the cold silk of time seeping into your consciousness. The contents of the manuscript present themselves to you in vivid, living images where strange, exotic plants, never seen in real life, intertwine. These plants have forms and colors that seem impossible. Leaves reminiscent of feathers, stems writhing like rivers, and flowers opening to the sky as if making wishes. You notice that among them sometimes mysterious symbols appear, which might denote their properties or purposes. Each image seems to beckon you closer, whispering about its secrets, waiting to be revealed. You trace your gaze over pages depicting complex astronomical diagrams, each one appearing like a map to unknown worlds. You see stars arranged in the sky to create intricate patterns, and you realize that this is not just astronomy, but something more. It seems as if ancient astronomers tried to capture not only the physical reality, but also metaphysical ideas that transcended their time. You feel these diagrams evoke a sense of boundlessness, as if you yourself have become part of this cosmic dance, where light and darkness intertwine in an endless rhythm. You notice that among the plants and star charts, enigmatic human figures appear, depicted in strange poses with extraordinary expressions. These figures, as if plucked from another world, evoke a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Some of them hold objects that are difficult to identify. They might be scientific instruments or magical artifacts, and their clothing, which seems old-fashioned, evokes thoughts of forgotten rituals. You feel these human images surrounded by mysterious plants and stars create an atmosphere of magic and enchantment, transporting you to a world where the boundaries of reality are blurred. Each illustration in the Voynich Manuscript seems to invite you to contemplation. You wonder, what could these strange plants and figures have meant to those who created them? Perhaps they were part of some ancient knowledge that has eluded us, or perhaps they are simply creations of fancy, reflecting the dreams and fears of their authors. Your imagination paints scenes where scientists and magicians gather around these images, discussing their meanings, delving into philosophical musings. You realize that each page of the manuscript is not just a visual delight, but a deep immersion into a world of mysteries and uncertainties, where not everything has an answer. In these enigmatic images, you find a reflection of your own quest for truth, for knowledge that always slips away from you. Your soul fills with awe at the thought that in this manuscript, like a mirror, we can see not only ourselves, but also the entire history of humanity, striving to understand its place in this vast ocean of time and space. You allow yourself to linger on this thought, feeling a wave of inspiration and wonder wash over you as you imagine the secrets still hidden in these pages, waiting for someone to look beyond their enigmatic surface and touch the ancient knowledge that might change our understanding of the world. You continue your journey through the pages of the Voynich Manuscript, and your attention is drawn to the story of attempts to decipher this mysterious text. You feel the spirit of scholars who, for centuries, have tried to solve this puzzle. Hundreds of cryptographers, linguists, and researchers, including those who broke codes during World War II, such as Herbert Yardley's group, approached this task with hope and determination. You imagine their faces filled with expectation and disappointment as they encountered insurmountable obstacles. The text of the Voynich Manuscript defies any known system of encryption or language. Each symbol, each letter seems alive, as if playing hide and seek, unwilling to reveal its secrets. You sense that in this atmosphere of mystery and uncertainty lies something deeper. Scholars who spent years studying the manuscript sought meaning in meaningless words, and you understand that their pursuit is not just about solving a riddle, but about reaching something greater, something that could change our perception of history and culture. You notice how your imagination paints pictures of countless evenings spent in libraries and laboratories, where researchers, surrounded by books and records, tried to find answers using all their knowledge. Your soul is filled with respect for these bold seekers of truth, who, despite their failures, did not give up. Their efforts remind you of the importance of continuing to seek answers, even when the path seems hopeless. You picture one of the researchers sitting at an ancient desk, illuminated by the light of candles, suddenly realizing that the symbols may be more than just letters, something that transcends language and time. And in this imagined moment, you feel the whisper of history surrounding you, as if it itself is eager to reveal its secrets. You delve into thoughts about how, for centuries, the Voynich Manuscript has stirred minds and hearts, inspiring new research and discoveries. This text, which cannot be deciphered, seems to become a symbol of human curiosity. You allow yourself to ponder whether some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, serving as a source of inspiration and contemplation. You feel a wave of curiosity and admiration wash over you as you realize that each unsolved puzzle, each unclear letter, is part of something much greater than just a text. It is an invitation to exploration, to discovering new horizons waiting for someone to look beyond the known. Your soul is filled with awe as you imagine these manuscript pages raising questions about the nature of knowledge, how we perceive the world, and what it means to seek truth in the flow of time. You realize that the Voynich Manuscript is not just a book, but a whole world filled with riddles and secrets into which you can dive like into an endless ocean. In this ocean, you find not only your own questions, but also answers that come from the depths of your consciousness. You allow yourself to dream about what other secrets might be hidden in these pages, waiting for someone to touch them and open new horizons of understanding. Feeling each breath fill you with inspiration, you continue to explore this extraordinary world, where every word, every symbol becomes a step toward new discoveries and deep reflections. You continue your journey, delving deeper into the enigmatic world of the Voynich Manuscript, and your attention is drawn to the linguistic and statistical anomalies that make this text so unique and undeciphered. You realize that the Voynich Manuscript possesses certain linguistic peculiarities that pique the interest of specialists. For instance, an analysis of the frequency of symbols reveals that some signs appear significantly more often than others, creating a unique structure that remains unrecognized by known languages. You feel as though this structure eludes your understanding like a fleeting shadow at sunset. The length of the words in the text also causes surprise, as they rarely conform to familiar linguistic patterns, opening the door to contemplation about how and why such a manuscript could have been created. You become immersed in the atmosphere of research when you discover that certain words or groups of symbols appear only in specific sections, as if they belong to special categories of information that remain inaccessible to you. Each time you encounter such repetitions, you feel as though you are holding a key that does not fit any known lock. You understand that some symbols in the text have no counterparts in known alphabets, evoking a sense of awe, as if you are standing at the threshold of a new linguistic system hidden in the shadows of centuries. You allow your imagination to wander through this linguistic labyrinth, envisioning what the world might be like if this manuscript truly contained knowledge that, for some reason, was lost. Each symbol becomes more than just a letter, but a part of a deeper message waiting for its researcher. You feel as though these linguistic anomalies bring a sense of magic and mystery to your meditation, prompting you to ponder how much more there is to learn about language and writing, and how they shape our perception of reality. You take a deep breath, allowing yourself to be absorbed in these thoughts, like a wave in an ocean of ideas, where each approaching wave of knowledge brings new questions and possibilities. With each breath, you feel your understanding expanding, as if the symbols and words of the Voynich Manuscript begin to dance before you, inviting you to an unforgettable ball of mystery. You allow yourself to be drawn into this magical world, where each glance at the pages is a discovery, and each touch of the text is a step towards new depths of understanding. You continue your research, immersing yourself in the chronological context of the Voynich Manuscript, and realize that the dating of this manuscript opens up new horizons of understanding for you. The radiocarbon analysis conducted in 2009 surprises you, indicating that the parchment on which this mysterious text is written dates back to the early 15th century, roughly from 1404 to 1438. You feel as if this information envelops you in a soft light, lifting the veil of time and allowing you to peer into the era of the early Renaissance, when the world was experiencing a tumultuous development of science, art, and philosophy. You begin to imagine how people in that time sought new knowledge and tried to unravel the mysteries of the universe, much like your own quest to understand the contents of the manuscript. This discovery rules out versions of later forgeries, and you feel a picture forming in your mind where the manuscript becomes not just an artifact, but a true witness of the era, filled with mysteries and hidden meanings. In your imagination, you see images of secular gatherings and scientific debates where ideas might have been discussed that could have found their way into these pages. You can almost feel the atmosphere of those days when minds sought truth, and in this context, the Voynich Manuscript begins to play its unique role. You notice how this period coincides with a renewed interest in classical texts and ancient knowledge, underscoring the importance of the work you are currently studying. With each new understanding, you delve deeper into this world, realizing that each page can be a connecting thread between the past and the present. You allow yourself to pause and take a deep breath, feeling as if history comes alive around you, as if you yourself become part of this extraordinary mosaic. Your meditation on time and its influence on knowledge only intensifies your desire to unravel the mysteries hidden in the manuscript. You feel as if each new discovery fills you with inspiration, as if you are piecing together a puzzle that will one day form a complete picture, revealing all the beauties and mysteries of this unique text. You immerse yourself in the world of theories and hypotheses about the Voynich Manuscript, and your mind begins to smoothly navigate through various versions that researchers have proposed over many years. You feel as if each theory, like ripples on water, generates new waves of interest and amazement. One of the most widespread hypotheses suggests that the manuscript could be an encrypted text, possibly a medical or alchemical treatise containing ancient knowledge lost over time. You can imagine how in the dark corners of medieval libraries, scribes worked on creating complex codes to protect their knowledge from the uninitiated. This sense of mystery and inaccessible knowledge captivates your imagination, and you start to envision how scholars of that era might have striven for discoveries, using mysterious symbols and images to discuss their ideas. Among the multitude of theories, you also notice that some researchers suggest that the manuscript might have been written in a unique, long-forgotten language that has no counterparts in known dialects. This idea, like a ghost from the past, makes you ponder how many languages and cultures might have existed on Earth, and how many of them we will never hear again. You can almost feel the linguistic sounds that were natural to ancient people fading away, leaving only a soft whisper in the shadows of history. Some scholars propose that the Voynich manuscript could have been created by a person with a mental illness. This version provokes deep reflections on the nature of creativity and how a mind, driven by inner experiences and visions, can create something completely unique. You picture a person who might have lived in solitude, surrounded by nature and vivid images that only they could see. This aspect evokes a sense of empathy and understanding, for every work of art, even the most enigmatic, often reflects the inner world of the author. You pause, allowing yourself to contemplate these theories and how they interweave with each other, creating a complex web of meanings and interpretations. Your focus on each detail, each symbol and image seems to open up a new world full of possibilities and mysteries. You notice how these various approaches to understanding the Voynich manuscript form a picture in your consciousness where no theory is definitive and each one is merely a reflection of your desire to understand something that cannot be explained. In this context, you realize that the process of research becomes for you not just a search for answers, but a meditation in which you open up new horizons of understanding. You feel as if each hypothesis, each supposition about the manuscript becomes part of your own story, part of your journey towards self-discovery and the comprehension of the greatness of the human mind. You allow yourself to sink into these thoughts, like a quiet river flowing through emerald meadows, where each current brings new discoveries and inspiration. The Voynich manuscript, its mysteries and enigmas, become for you not only an object of research, but also a source of deep reflections on the nature of creativity, time, and the human experience. You continue your journey through the mysterious world of the Voynich manuscript, and another fascinating theory captures your attention. This theory, like a misty shadow, envelops this work. Some researchers suggest that the manuscript could be a brilliant hoax created to deceive. You pause to imagine an alchemist or ambitious scholar laboring over the creation of this enigmatic book, perhaps believing they could sell it as a precious treasure of knowledge. You can almost feel the atmosphere of those times when alchemists, with their mysterious formulas and rituals, sought to unravel the secrets of nature, turning lead into gold and studying the philosopher's stone. The idea that the Voynich manuscript could simply be a clever trick sparks an interesting sensation. On one hand, you realize that the lack of meaningful content in the manuscript supports this version, while on the other, you understand that even the most useless book can become a symbol of humanity's pursuit of mysteries and invisible boundaries of knowledge. You can picture this alchemist creating his mysterious symbols and illustrations, perhaps laughing at those who would try to decipher his secrets, and this thought brings a light smile to your face. What a paradox! A book without meaning becomes an object of study and discussion for centuries, inspiring interest and admiration among scholars and lovers of mysteries. You feel as if this opens new horizons of understanding, revealing that sometimes the idea of deception and mystification can be more captivating than the truth itself. This feeling makes you ponder how often in human history, mysteries and unanswered questions have been a source of inspiration and research, stirring in people a desire to find answers to questions that may remain unanswered for many years. Your thoughts delve deeper and you begin to reflect on how this hoax resonates with other great mysteries of history, such as legends of lost civilizations or inexplicable artifacts that sometimes turn out to be nothing more than tricks and myths, yet continue to stir the hearts and minds of researchers and dreamers. You allow yourself to be immersed in this flow of thoughts like a quiet evening lake where each wave brings new ideas and discoveries, enriching your soul and filling it with tranquility. The Voynich Manuscript, considered as a hoax, becomes not just an object of study, but a foundation for deep reflections on human nature, on how we strive for truth, sometimes losing ourselves in the mysteries we create ourselves. You are contemplating the cultural and historical significance of the Voynich Manuscript, and your imagination begins to paint pictures of this book at the center of intriguing discussions and debates. Regardless of its true nature, the manuscript is a unique artifact that leaves neither scholars nor enthusiasts of mysteries indifferent. You can envision researchers in various corners of the world, armed with magnifying glasses and computers, spending hours studying the pages of this book, trying to decipher its mysterious symbols. This fills you with admiration as each letter and illustration becomes a key to understanding something greater than just the text. You notice how the Voynich Manuscript has become a symbol of human curiosity, carrying hope and mystery like a light piercing through the darkness of ignorance. Each new approach to its decipherment opens up new horizons in the fields of cryptography and linguistics, where scientists wage battles with difficult puzzles, much like knights fighting dragons in medieval legends. You can almost hear the pages whispering in the silence of libraries, where long debates are held about which languages or codes this text might belong to. Your thoughts glide over the waves of scientific history, and you realize that every unsolved mystery, like the Voynich Manuscript, inspires people to seek new knowledge and understanding. This feeling warms you, as you understand that even unsolvable questions can be a source of inspiration and motivation for future generations. You allow yourself to ponder how the manuscript has become not only an object of scientific interest, but also a cultural phenomenon that enters literature, art, and even cinema, attracting the attention of a wide audience. And then you see how theories and hypotheses spread across the vast expanse of the internet, like seeds ready to grow into new ideas and discoveries. This gives you a sense of connection with other people who are also seeking answers to mysteries, similar to the one hidden in the Voynich Manuscript. You realize that this manuscript may never be fully deciphered, but in this lies its magic. It continues to inspire research and discussions, keeping alive the interest in languages, symbols, and history. You breathe deeply, feeling how this stream of ideas and reflections fills you with calm and tranquility, as you understand that there are still many mysteries in the world, like this one, each calling you to follow in the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. You continue to delve into the world of mysteries, and questions arise in your mind that refuse to let you rest. Who was the author of this impenetrable Voynich manuscript, whose cipher has sparked so much debate and discussion? You feel this question, like a gentle breeze passing through your thoughts, leaving a trail of curiosity. Perhaps it was a monk, spending long hours in solitude, or a scholar whose ideas were ahead of their time. You imagine him sitting at a table by candlelight, recording his thoughts, surrounded by silence and the mystery that filled the room. You wonder what secret knowledge he sought to convey, and for whom this book was intended. Maybe it was a message to future generations, or perhaps an intimate treasure meant only for the chosen few. In this context, the Voynich Manuscript becomes not just an object of study, but a symbol of the search for understanding, the desire to grasp that which eludes us. You long to know the true purpose behind the creation of such a mysterious book, which seems to resist being read. Perhaps it was a game of the mind, a challenge thrown to the world, as if inviting the brightest minds and seekers of truth into an endless dance with the unknown. You picture countless generations of researchers trying and continuing to try to unravel this puzzle, each one discovering new facets not only of the text, but of themselves as well. This creates a sense that the Voynich Manuscript is not just a book, but a whole universe filled with enigmas and questions that remain unanswered. You allow yourself to linger on these thoughts, feeling them fill you with a sense of wonder. You realize that the questions that remain unanswered possess their own beauty. They remind you that not all mysteries need to be revealed, and that the process of seeking can be just as important as its outcome. You breathe deeply, letting these reflections envelop you in a soft cloud of mystery, and feel your consciousness expanding like wings unfurling in the wind. Each of these questions, like a star in the night sky, shines in your imagination, and you understand that in every question lies the potential for new discoveries and extraordinary journeys through the boundless realms of human knowledge. You allow yourself to relax, recognizing that the search for answers is not just a path to truth, but also an opportunity to understand oneself and the world around us more deeply. You delve into profound contemplation of the Voynich Manuscript, and a sense begins to arise in your consciousness that this work is not merely a book, but something more. It is a silent witness to lost knowledge, a masterful deception, or perhaps something else entirely which continues to elude understanding. You feel this sensation enveloping you, like a gentle waterfall cascading over smooth stones, leaving behind a light coolness. Within this text lie layers of history, mysteries, and humanity's drive to understand, like the many layers of an onion, requiring careful and meticulous examination. You can almost hear the pages whispering, inviting you to explore their contents, as if they hold not only words, but the breath of time itself. Each symbol, each illustration seems to be a window into another world, where infinite possibilities for discovery lie hidden. You realize that the Voynich Manuscript may be a reflection of human nature itself, the desire to understand, to unravel mysteries that may never be solved. This work can be a symbol of how our desire to know and understand can be both a blessing and a burden. You allow yourself to ponder the mysteries hidden within the depths of humanity and how much still remains to be discovered. Perhaps this enigmatic text holds a message for you, reminding you that truth is not always found in answers, but in the very process of seeking, in how we ask questions and in our ongoing journey. You feel a slight excitement as you imagine future generations continuing to delve into this mystery, uncovering new facets and possibilities for understanding. Each new generation of researchers becomes a part of this endless journey, where the Voynich Manuscript remains a beacon, drawing seekers of knowledge to its secrets. You breathe deeply, allowing these thoughts to carry you to distant realms, and feel your body fill with lightness and calm. You understand that in this process it is not just the text itself, but also your own perception, your openness to new knowledge and mysteries that surround you. The Voynich Manuscript, like stars in the night sky, remains an eternal enigma, beckoning and intriguing, much like life itself. You realize that this work is not just an object of study, but a part of a broader tapestry of humans striving for knowledge and understanding, which will continue forever like a river flowing through time. You allow yourself to accept that some mysteries will remain unsolved, and this brings a sense of harmony and peace to your inner world. You continue your journey into the world of ancient mysteries, and your attention is drawn to one of the most enigmatic discoveries in archaeology, the Baghdad Battery. Imagine in the 1930s, during excavations near Baghdad, archaeologists carefully clear layers of earth, striving to uncover the secrets hidden beneath centuries. You can feel the anticipation in the air, waiting for new discoveries and the thrill of each shovelful of earth that could lead to something extraordinary. At this moment, one of the researchers uncovers a clay vessel that initially appears to be an ordinary object, but something unusual catches their eye inside. You feel your heart skip a beat with anticipation as they gently extract a copper cylinder and an iron rod from the depths of the vessel. This discovery causes a stir among the scientists, as the initial interpretation suggests that this artifact could be an ancient electrical device. You can almost hear their excited and bewildered conversations as they gather to discuss and analyze this find, their eyes lighting up at the thought that people in the distant past might have possessed knowledge far beyond our comprehension. You can picture their imaginations running wild as they explore how this vessel could have functioned. You feel as if their minds are painting pictures of ancient craftsmen who might have been able to control flows of energy incomprehensible to modern man. You notice how this object, once in the hands of strangers, now becomes a symbol of humanity's quest for understanding nature, for unraveling mysteries that have remained unsolved for centuries. You feel a sense of awe as your imagination paints scenes of how, in those distant times, people might have used such devices for various purposes, from medical to ritualistic. Delving deeper into this story, you realize that the Baghdad Battery has become not only a subject of scientific interest, but also a symbol of the connection between past and present. With each new discovery and theory, you feel your own connection to history strengthen. Perhaps you even wonder what it was like to live in those times when electricity was just a mystery, when people sought answers to questions that seemed beyond their reach. This find, like the Voynich Manuscript, opens up a vast realm of possibilities and ignites within you a desire to explore, ask questions, and seek answers. You allow yourself to indulge in these reflections, feeling as they penetrate your consciousness, creating a sense that each question you ask takes you deeper into the ocean of knowledge. In this moment, you understand that even in the simplest of finds, such as the Baghdad Battery, lie extraordinary stories about our quest for knowledge and how the past continues to influence our present. You breathe deeply, letting these thoughts carry you to new horizons, and feel a sense of inner peace, like the warm rays of the setting sun, illuminating your soul and opening up new avenues for contemplation. You continue to delve into the history of the Baghdad Battery, and it's as if you're traveling back in time, feeling as it gradually reveals its secrets. This mysterious artifact consists of a small clay pot, which at first glance may seem unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, you notice that inside the pot is a copper cylinder, which creates a sense of something unusual and important. You feel as if this device connects ancient knowledge with modern searches, and its form reminds you of how human skill and creativity can create extraordinary things. Through the center of the copper cylinder runs an iron rod, which is insulated with bitumen, a material known for its protective properties. You can sense how this insulation emphasizes the intention of the ancient craftsman who may have wanted to create a device capable of transmitting and storing energy. The dating of the Baghdad Battery from around the 250s BCE to the 250s CE indicates that it belongs to the Parthian or Sasanian period, when art and science were flourishing. You can imagine how people in those times tried to unravel the mysteries of nature, creating devices that might have produced electricity. This thought fills you with a slight thrill as you realize that such a simple construction could have been the key to scientific wonders that we know today. Your imagination takes you back to those ancient times when each discovery could change the world's understanding of what is possible. Each element of the Baghdad Battery, the pot, the copper cylinder, the iron rod, seems to invite you to ponder how much is still unknown. You feel as if this discovery connects generations, opening the path to knowledge that was lost but is now being rediscovered. You allow yourself to consider how this device might have been used, what questions its creators were trying to answer, and how they sought answers in the world around them. Your thoughts flow smoothly like a river, and you understand that even in the simplest things there are deep stories that continue to inspire and amaze. You breathe slowly and deeply, letting these thoughts fill you with calm, like a gentle evening breeze that brings with it the sense of nature and the soft light of the setting sun. You continue to delve into the world of ancient technologies, and your attention is drawn to a theory proposed by the German archaeologist Wilhelm König in 1938. You feel as if his words, like a gentle breeze, bring new ideas and perspectives on the functionality of the Baghdad Battery. König suggested that this artifact is not just an unusual discovery, but a genuine functional galvanic element. You can imagine him in his study, surrounded by books and artifacts, contemplating how adding an acidic or alkaline solution, such as vinegar or grape juice, could cause an extraordinary electrochemical reaction within the Baghdad Battery. You see the molecules interacting, creating a weak electric current that could range from 0 to 2 volts. You ponder how they might have experimented with various liquids, seeking to understand which ones produced the most energy. Each new discovery they made was a step towards knowledge that could transform their lives. Your imagination paints pictures of laboratories filled with ancient craftsmen, much like alchemists, seeking the secrets of nature and trying to harness the forces around them. These images evoke a sense of connection to humanity's eternal quest for knowledge and understanding. You can almost feel their hands working with clay and metal, striving to create something more than just objects. They were trying to bridge the gap between the world of knowledge and the world of everyday life. With each moment you immerse yourself in this atmosphere, you feel waves of inspiration flowing into you like warm sunlight filling the space around you. You realize that even small devices like the Baghdad Battery can carry immense potential, captivating us with their mysteries and history. In this moment, you take a deep breath, feeling your body fill with calm and your mind with the light of discoveries that continue to inspire us to explore and research. You look around, and the world seems to gain a new depth, as if every element becomes part of this extraordinary story you are now exploring. You allow yourself to delve deeper into a world where ancient technologies intersect with modern discoveries. Imagine a cozy laboratory filled with light and sound, where researchers and enthusiasts gather to recreate the Baghdad Battery. You watch as they carefully place clay vessels, filling them with special solutions, eagerly anticipating the moment when they can activate this remarkable artifact. With each movement, you feel their enthusiasm, as if they are trying to awaken the spirit of antiquity, which has been in slumber for a long time. Attention to detail and the meticulous recreation of a construction that has survived millennia fills the atmosphere with a special reverence. You notice how contemporary scientists, inspired by history, use new technologies to validate theories proposed by their predecessors. You feel as if their hearts beat in sync with the rhythm of time when they first connect wires to the recreated battery. And then, as if by magic, a small lamp begins to glow, with a soft, warm light, reminding you that even the simplest knowledge and discoveries can have great significance. This moment is a true triumph, and you feel a wave of admiration rise within you. Is it not amazing that the simple interaction of metals and liquids can lead to the creation of light? You can almost hear their conversations about how ancient people might have used such devices for lighting their homes or in rituals, connecting electrical discharges with the magic and myths of their time. Your imagination paints pictures of lively gatherings in semi-darkness, where people gather around and the bright lights of their simple devices illuminate their faces, filled with curiosity and hope. You realize that even one such discovery fills you with a sense of connection to the past, when each step in understanding opened new horizons. You take a deep breath, feeling how this experience permeates your soul, giving you the ability to be part of something greater than just the study of an object. In this moment, you understand that each new discovery is not just a step towards scientific progress, but also an opportunity to rethink our place in the world, where science and art intertwine, creating extraordinary stories. With each new experiment, with each small discovery, you feel your consciousness opening up to new ideas and possibilities. As if in this process, you yourself become a part of the ancient tradition of seeking knowledge and understanding, which continues to this day. Your soul fills with a sense of calm and satisfaction when you realize that even the simplest things can carry incredible power and beauty. You continue to delve into a world where electricity and ancient practices intertwine, creating a captivating scene. Your imagination paints scenarios where the Baghdad Battery could serve purposes beyond simple lighting. You can envision how ancient craftsmen used this technology for gilding, a process where metals were coated with thin layers of precious metals like gold or silver. Archaeologist Arne Egebrecht's research shows that such methods were used to create jewelry that amazed and inspired. You can almost hear the sounds of workshops where jewelers, focused and inspired, work with the thinnest layers of metal, creating sparkling ornaments that reflect light like stars in the night sky. In this atmosphere of wonder, you feel how the magic of science and art becomes one, creating objects that are not only beautiful, but also full of meaning. You imagine how in sacred temples, surrounded by mysterious rituals, such devices could be used to create miracles. Flickering statues performing light dances could evoke feelings of awe and reverence in the worshippers. You can sense how in these moments faith and science intertwine, creating unique experiences that leave a deep imprint on people's souls. Perhaps ancient priests used electrical discharges to create effects interpreted as signs from the heavens, bringing healing or support in difficult times. This ability to create illusions and manipulate light could serve not only to attract the faithful, but also to alleviate suffering, adding another layer of significance to the sacred space. You feel how history comes alive with emotion as people gather to witness these wonders, filled with wonder and hope. Exploring these possible uses of electricity, you realize that each new discovery opens doors to the ancient world where science and magic coexist, and each detail of your perception expands your understanding of human nature. You feel how this knowledge penetrates you, creating a sense of connection with those who lived thousands of years ago, and you allow yourself to feel their hopes and dreams for a moment. Perhaps this is the magic of the Baghdad Battery, its ability to stir feelings of amazement and inspiration that live in each of us, regardless of time and place. You allow yourself to take a deep breath, feeling how these thoughts and feelings merge with your inner world, creating harmony and tranquility that are so needed in today's world filled with chaos and worry. You continue to delve into the world of mysteries that envelop the Baghdad Battery, and your imagination begins to paint pictures filled with secrets and unspoken truths. You feel as if the history of these artifacts is shrouded in a dense cloud of uncertainty, and each new detail in your understanding sparks a desire to learn more. This discovery, made at the beginning of the 20th century, became a sensation for archaeologists and historians. However, as you notice, despite all the efforts of scientists, there is no written evidence that could definitively confirm the use of these batteries for electrical purposes. You realize that this lack of documentation gives rise to numerous speculations and hypotheses, each adding its own note to this multifaceted and intriguing narrative. Scientists and researchers continue to engage in heated debates about the possible uses of these artifacts, and you can almost feel their ideas and theories intersecting, like rivers flowing towards a single point. Some suggest that these devices could have been used for medical purposes, possibly for treating various ailments with electric current, while others believe they might have served ritualistic functions, creating an atmosphere of magic and sanctity. You can envision ancient priests invoking their gods using such artifacts to seek blessings or cures, and in this context, the absence of written records only intensifies your curiosity. After all, if these devices were indeed used for such important rituals, wouldn't they have left traces in texts or images that could confirm their purpose? You feel as if this realization adds another layer of depth to your perception of ancient history, and questions begin to swirl in your mind like leaves in the wind. These artifacts, though silent, seem to guide you towards a deeper understanding of how people in the past sought to explain the world around them and find ways to interact with it. You allow yourself to ponder how the lack of information can not only breed uncertainty, but also inspire a sense of wonder that drives you to new discoveries and reflections. In this state of complete immersion, you feel as if your thoughts begin to weave a delicate thread connecting you with the ancient craftsmen who left these enigmatic artifacts. You perceive them not as objects, but as bridges to the past, reminding you that human curiosity and the desire for understanding never fade. Even in the absence of answers, you find solace in your own pursuit of knowledge. You feel the air fill with a light tremor as you move on to the next riddle connected to the Baghdad Battery. You're later in the 18th and 19th centuries. You wonder how people possessing such extraordinary knowledge could have lost it, as if it were mere fragments of memories of some forgotten civilization where electricity was not just a dream, but a reality. Imagining ancient workshops filled with light and sound, you can almost hear the hum of tools and the work of craftsmen creating devices that could emit light or alleviate suffering. You see them lost in deep thought with a spark of inspiration in their eyes, and you become intrigued by how such things could have been possible in a world filled with magic and unknown forces. You realize that before you is not just a question about technology, but also about how knowledge was passed down from generation to generation, how it could be lost or forgotten due to wars, catastrophes, or simply changes in culture. You can picture how, as a result of the fall of great empires like the Persian or Mesopotamian, knowledge of such devices could have disappeared, like stars hidden behind clouds. You feel that in this context, the Baghdad Battery becomes a symbol not only of technological achievements, but also of human vulnerability. How is it that a world that once knew the wonders of electricity had to pass through centuries of oblivion before this knowledge was restored? You delve into thoughts about how each lost technology leaves scars on the fabric of human history, and you understand that this search for lost knowledge becomes an integral part of your own journey. You can almost feel your thoughts reflecting the same light that once emanated from these ancient devices, and you realize that the desire to understand and restore lost knowledge is what will always drive humanity forward. In this state of deep reflection, you allow yourself to observe how these ancient sages perhaps sought answers to questions that still trouble us today, and how their pursuit of knowledge has echoed in the endless search that continues to this day. You ponder how each discovery, like the Baghdad Battery, can be a key to understanding not only the past, but also ourselves, and how this knowledge makes your heart beat faster, as if you are standing on the threshold of a new discovery. In this moment, you feel a connection with those who lived thousands of years ago, and this sense of unity with history fills you with peace and tranquility. You immerse yourself in this atmosphere of contemplation, and your curiosity begins to blossom like a flower, opening up new horizons for you. The Baghdad Battery is just the beginning, merely the first note in a symphony of ancient technologies that might have existed in forgotten corners of history. You allow yourself to imagine that in other civilizations, such as ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia, there could have been devices that would have anticipated our modern understanding of science and technology. For example, beginning to grasp. It's as if in the silence of your thoughts, an image of great scholars of the time appears, working on the creation of complex mechanisms that served not only practical purposes, but were also imbued with deep philosophical meaning, much like life itself. You ask yourself about other artifacts, such as the ancient mechanisms of Antikythera or the mysterious devices found in various corners of the world, which could testify to advanced technologies. How is it that many of these finds were misinterpreted as simple toys or ritual objects? Perhaps the ancient masters had a deeper understanding of physical principles than we can imagine, and their knowledge was lost, leaving behind only riddles and enigmas for future generations. You feel as if your mind is intersecting with these ideas, and you become interested in how each new discovery can shed light on the dark corners of history. Your soul fills with wonder and awe at the enigmas waiting to be revealed. You can picture archaeologists digging in the sands of time, encountering traces of these technologies, and each discovery becoming a small step toward the restoration of lost knowledge. You feel that each artifact, each find, can be more than just an object, but a key opening doors to understanding our past. This thought fills you with hope and inspiration, and you again delve into contemplation about how history, like a river's flow, can carry away knowledge and understanding, leaving only traces that we need to decipher. You can feel your heart beating in sync with the rhythm of this endless enigma, and your desire to know more grows stronger, like a wave rising on the horizon. In this state, you allow yourself to dream that perhaps one day we will not only restore the technologies, but also the philosophy that stood behind them, marking a new stage in our journey toward understanding. You continue to delve into this world of mysteries and secrets, and in your mind, alternative hypotheses about the Baghdad Battery begin to take shape. While many researchers claim that this artifact could have been a source of electricity, others dispute this view, offering a completely different interpretation. You allow yourself to consider that this enigmatic structure might have been a container for scrolls or cult objects. Imagine, in ancient times when knowledge was transmitted through parchment scrolls, such as scrolls containing recipes or philosophical teachings, this battery could have served as a repository for the treasures of wisdom that were important to people of that era. You visualize scrolls wrapped in delicate silk, filled with secrets and stories waiting to be read. Perhaps this was not just an artifact, but a symbol that protected knowledge and ideas passed down through generations. As you picture ancient priests carefully guarding these scrolls, you realize that each hypothesis opens new horizons of understanding. Some believe that the Baghdad Battery could have been part of a ritual used in religious practices. You feel a sense of awe as this thought fills you, and you become curious about the rituals that might have been performed with this artifact. Perhaps it was used to store sacred objects, and its shape and material were chosen not by chance, but to create a special atmosphere conducive to spiritual practices. You find yourself transported to another era, where the sounds of prayer and the whisper of mantras intertwine with reverence and anticipation. You can imagine priests using this container in the dim light of a temple, each object placed inside imbued with deep meaning. The idea that the artifact could have served as a repository for sacred objects fills you with a sense of connection to those who lived thousands of years ago, and you realize that the past may be far more complex and layered than it initially appears. You allow yourself to absorb every detail, every nuance of this theory, and it enriches your picture of the ancient world. All these alternative hypotheses create a kaleidoscope of ideas in your mind, and you feel your interest in history and its mysteries growing, like a flower blooming in the bright sun. You understand that each new hypothesis is not just an opportunity, but a window into a world that may never be fully revealed, yet still draws you with its mystical allure. You allow yourself to sink into this state of contemplation, recognizing that each discovery and each theory is a step toward a deeper understanding of what it means to be human in this endless stream of time. You continue to slowly immerse yourself in the atmosphere of antiquity, where each discovery and artifact fills your imagination with new images and questions. The Baghdad Battery, this ancient artifact, remains a captivating archaeological mystery that inspires researchers and history enthusiasts worldwide. You feel as if its presence awakens in you the joy of discovery, as if you have become a part of this extraordinary history. Discussions about the possibilities of ancient technology never cease, and with each new investigation, new perspectives open up. Perhaps you wonder what secrets other artifacts hold, how they might have influenced the development of civilizations and the formation of scientific knowledge. You imagine distant times when people, using available materials and their skills, created devices that could change their lives. You realize that each new discovery prompts us to reevaluate our views on the history of science and technology, understanding that time is not just a sequence of events, but a complex network of ideas and innovations intertwined with one another. Your thought that the Baghdad Battery might be just the tip of the iceberg fills you with a sense of excitement, and you allow yourself to dream of discoveries yet to come. It's as if you're walking through ancient streets where each building and old street whispers to you about its secrets and stories. The Baghdad Battery is not just an artifact, but a symbol of the human spirit seeking to understand the world and its laws. You feel how this pursuit unites people of different eras, like a thread connecting generations, each leaving its mark on history. Your soul fills with a sense of connection to these people who once asked questions, sought answers, and left us their achievements. You understand that every discussion about the Baghdad Battery is not just an academic tradition, but an opportunity to touch something greater, the collective history of humanity, which we continue to write today. Each new look at this ancient artifact opens doors to a world of possibilities, and you feel your heart fill with hope that our quest for understanding will never end. You allow yourself to enjoy this thought, like breathing in fresh air at dawn, when the world around begins to awaken to life and everything is filled with light and warmth. The Baghdad Battery remains a mystery, but it also serves as a source of inspiration, reminding us that the search for knowledge is an eternal path, full of discoveries, surprises, and possibilities. You are venturing further into the realm of mysteries and secrets, and your path leads you to Turin, the heart of Italy, where one of the most famous relics is kept, the Shroud of Turin. This long linen cloth, like a shroud from ancient times, draws the attention of researchers, believers, and history enthusiasts from all over the world. You feel the air fill with anticipation as your gaze falls upon this artifact which, according to legend, has imprinted the image of a man crucified like Jesus Christ. You can imagine how this cloth once enveloped a body and how it preserves the whispers of the past. The Shroud of Turin is not just a piece of cloth, it is a symbol of faith, hope, and doubt, where history and religion intersect. There are many theories about its origin. Some scientists claim it is a medieval forgery, while others believe it could indeed have belonged to Jesus. You notice that in this debate between science and faith, a fascinating drama unfolds where each argument raises new questions. As you delve deeper into these thoughts, you feel the mystery of the Shroud of Turin continues to spark controversies and research, leaving behind traces of wonder and bewilderment. This cloth not only holds an image, but an entire epoch filled with passions and aspirations, a desire to understand what happened in those distant days. You can almost hear the voices of people who have come to this relic over centuries to honor the memory and ask questions for which there may be no definitive answers. This sacred artifact serves not only as an object of veneration, but also as a symbol of the search for truth, which continues to inspire and stir the hearts of people. You realize that the Shroud of Turin, like the Baghdad Battery, connects us to the past, opening doors to a world where history comes alive and you can almost touch it. With each new study of the Shroud of Turin, you feel a new wave of curiosity. as if the cloth itself whispers its secrets to you. Your soul fills with a sense of connection to those who sought answers to questions about life, death, and faith. You understand that this shroud is not just an artifact, but a mirror reflecting our desire for understanding and discovery. The linen cloth holding the image becomes a symbol not only of religious faith, but also of the human spirit, which constantly seeks truth even when it is shrouded in mystery. You allow yourself to be immersed in this atmosphere, as if lost in an endless ocean of time where each moment becomes eternity. And every thought about the Shroud of Turin is an opportunity to look into the depths of history and into your own soul, where questions about life and faith intertwine with the desire to understand and find one's place in this world. You try to imagine the faces of those who witnessed miracles connected to this relic, and you feel your heart fill with awe. You are delving deeper into the world of the Shroud of Turin, and your attention is drawn to the unique visual characteristic of this mysterious artifact. The canvas, measuring 4 meters and 40 centimeters in length and 1 meter and 10 centimeters in width, seems to whisper its story as you examine its details. You notice that a pale, almost monochromatic figure of a man in full length is clearly depicted on the fabric. This image, like a ghost, embodies both strength and vulnerability, showing the figure from both the front and the back. You feel your breath slow as you focus on every stroke and line of this ancient artwork. The details of the image captivate your imagination. You see traces of wounds, lashes, a crown of thorns and bruises, seemingly painted by the artist's hand, matching the gospel accounts of Christ's sufferings. Each stain and each wrinkle on the canvas tells a story, evoking feelings of compassion and a deep connection to this event. You realize that these marks, imbued with pain, are also symbols of sacrifice and redemption, making you ponder the significance of suffering and hope in human life. Your soul fills with respect for this artifact, which has been a witness to not only suffering, but also a miracle of faith for centuries. You intuitively feel that each touch of the Shroud of Turin is not just a physical contact, but also an opportunity to connect with the genuine emotions it evokes. You find yourself lost in thought, considering how this relic, depicting the image of a suffering man, continues to inspire and move the hearts of millions. Your thoughts flow like a river, and you understand that this canvas is not just an image, but a whole story filled with passion, faith, and hope. In this image, you see a reflection of yourself, your fears, and your hopes. And you realize that this shroud unites people, giving them the chance to reflect on deeper questions of life and existence. You allow yourself to linger in this moment, attentively taking in each detail, as if it opens a door to a world where the past meets the present, and each breath becomes a part of this great mosaic that we all call life. You continue your journey through time, and before you unfolds an engaging narrative of the Shroud of Turin, a relic that, like an ancient manuscript, holds many secrets and mysteries. You seem to traverse the centuries, witnessing how this artifact has followed complex paths through history. The first mentions of such a cloth may date back to the image of Edessa, known as the Mandilion. You feel the name resonating in the air, like a soft whisper of antiquity, and imagine how this image became a symbol of faith and hope in the Eastern lands, at the heart of ancient Christianity. As you consider this, you realize that the journey of the Shroud of Turin begins precisely there, in Edessa, where, according to legend, the face of Jesus Christ was imprinted. Then moving to Europe, you sense how history intertwines with legends. At one point, you see how the Lyre shroud in France also attracts interest and veneration. This relic, like the Shroud of Turin, bears traces of suffering, but its path has been different, filled with unexpected turns and historical intrigues. You can picture how in the Middle Ages, during the Crusades, Such artifacts became symbols of hope in turbulent times. With each new century, each new mention, you see how the Shroud of Turin becomes increasingly shrouded in legends and controversies. Your soul fills with awe as you realize that the history of this cloth is marked by many gaps. For instance, not all scholars agree on how and when it appeared in Europe. Throughout the centuries, many questions remained unanswered, and each time you delve into this history, you are immersed in a stream of opinions and theories, like a river flowing through time. And then in 1578, you reach a pivotal moment. The Shroud of Turin arrives in Turin, and this event, like a long-awaited reunion, changes its fate forever. You feel your heart stop as you imagine this cloth, filled with stories, finally finding its home. But even here, in Turin, the story does not end. It continues to unfold, leaving a trail of questions and reflections. Your intuition tells you that this relic is not just an artifact, but a living part of history that continues to inspire and provoke thoughts about faith, suffering, and redemption. You understand that each glance at it, each touch, is an opportunity not only to see, but also to feel how history, like a shadow, follows you, weaving into your consciousness. In this flow of time, you realize that the Shroud of Turin is not just a piece of cloth, but a multi-layered tapestry on which are written the fates of people, their fears and hopes, their strivings to understand light and darkness. And with each minute spent in contemplation of it, you increasingly feel how the history of this relic intertwines with your own, creating a unique moment of unity with the past that lives in the present. You continue to explore the mysteries of the Shroud of Turin, and before you stands an inexplicable nature of the image imprinted on this ancient cloth. You pause to examine the details and notice that this image is not a simple painting created with paint or pigment. Instead, it seems as if the fabric itself whispers its history to you, and you begin to understand that it is formed by surface changes in the linen fibers. This is known as corona discharge or dehydration, and you feel this information seeping into your consciousness like a gentle breeze bringing fresh discoveries. Each glance at this cloth fills you with a sense of wonder as you realize that these changes in the fiber structure create an image that cannot be reproduced by known medieval techniques. You imagine the old workshops where artists worked with paints and pigments, but here, before you, something else unfolds, something that defies conventional explanations. This uniqueness makes the Shroud of Turin not just an artifact, but a puzzle that evokes awe and reverence. You can almost feel time stopping around you, and through the centuries you feel a connection to those who once stood near this cloth. Your soul is filled with peace as you ponder how this enigma continues to inspire scientists, researchers, and the faithful for centuries. You realize that each new attempt to explain the origin of the image, each new discovery, is a step into a world of possibilities where science and faith intersect, creating a unique cosmos for contemplation. In this silent dialogue between past and present, you feel the Shroud of Turin becoming a place where many paths intersect, historical, spiritual, and scientific. You can almost hear the linen fibers whispering their stories of suffering and hope, of faith and redemption. With each minute spent in this contemplation, you become more aware that before you is not just a piece of cloth, but a living witness to human history and the quest for understanding. And as you immerse yourself in this feeling, you understand that each glance at this relic is not only an opportunity to touch the past, but also to feel how it lives within each of us, binding time and space into a single whole. You continue your journey through the history of the Shroud of Turin, now focusing on the significance of the first photographs taken in the late 19th century. In 1898, Italian photographer Secondo Pia decided to capture this enigmatic cloth, and you feel a sense of excitement as you imagine him pointing his camera at the shroud for the first time. You can almost hear the click of the shutter breaking the silence, and soon your eyes are filled with wonder as you learn that the negatives reveal a positive image, as if the cloth itself comes to life before you. Your heart stops from admiration as you realize that this moment marked a turning point in the history of the relic. You see how the photographs reveal an astonishing level of detail, three-dimensionality, and texture that had previously been hidden from the eyes of researchers and believers. This is not just an image. It is a window into another reality, allowing you to see subtle lines and textures that might have escaped notice before. You understand that this new perspective stirs minds and hearts, igniting heated debates among scholars and believers, and many begin to speak with renewed conviction about the authenticity of the shroud. Each brushstroke, each fold of the cloth becomes a subject of discussion, and you feel the faith in its authenticity beginning to grow, like a seed taking root in fertile soil. Your soul is filled with light as you ponder how these photographs sparked a wave of research, inspiring people to seek answers and conduct studies that continue to this day. You envision the atmosphere of anticipation and hope that filled the air when the photographs were first made public, as if the very history was about to reveal its secret to you. This unique opportunity to view the shroud through the lens of photography opens new horizons of understanding, and you feel a sense of peace and grandeur. Pia did not just take a photograph, he opened a door to a world where science and faith intersect, creating a space for deep reflection and discovery. You feel that these first photographs became not only a scientific achievement, but also a symbol of hope and faith, an emotion that continues to live in everyone who encounters this mysterious cloth. You understand that each new discovery, each new photograph, not only contributes to the study of the shroud, but also continues to fill people's hearts with faith in the miracle it represents. In this flow of history, you feel part of something greater, as if connected by invisible threads to those who have also pondered the nature of this extraordinary relic, and your soul finds solace in this realization. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of the Turin Shroud, and your attention is drawn to scientific research that reveals new aspects of its enigma with each passing year. In 1978, a group of scientists known as STURP, Scientific Study of the Shroud of Turin, began an extensive investigation covering various aspects of the cloth. You feel a spark of interest as you imagine these scientists armed with modern technology, gathering in a quiet room to examine this ancient artifact. They conduct various tests using spectroscopy, microscopy, and other methods, trying to unravel the secrets of the image that provokes both controversy and awe. You can almost hear the whispers of their discussions as they share their findings, realizing that many aspects remain unexplained. Despite their efforts, they cannot definitively explain how the image was formed on the fabric. You feel a slight sadness as you realize that even with the most advanced technologies, the mystery of the shroud persists. At this time, the scientific community's attention is once again focused on radiocarbon dating. In 1988, groups of scientists from 3 different laboratories, including London, Zurich, and Texas, conducted a radiocarbon analysis of the cloth samples, and the results seemed conclusive. The shroud dates back to the 13th and 14th centuries, between 1260 and 1390 AD. This discovery, as you see it, casts doubt on the authenticity of the cloth. You feel a mix of excitement and doubt as you understand that many people interpret these results as evidence that the shroud could be a medieval forgery. However, despite this, you notice that faith in its sanctity and uniqueness still resides in the hearts of people, creating a tension between scientific precision and spiritual depth. You feel that this contradiction makes the shroud even more enigmatic. You imagine how the intersection of science and faith gives rise to new questions, and each one becomes a step on the path to understanding. On one hand, the radiocarbon dating results seem irrefutable, but on the other, many scientists and researchers continue to seek alternative explanations. You feel the spirit of research and exploration in the air as you realize that many people strive for answers, delving deeper into the study of ancient texts and relics. You can almost sense time standing still as you ponder how the shroud has become not only an object of scientific study, but also a symbol of humanity's quest for truth. You understand that over the centuries, this cloth has inspired people to reflect on life, death, and faith. And in this context, its significance extends far beyond that of a simple artifact. You picture how, despite all the debates and research, the shroud continues to attract people from around the world, becoming a place of pilgrimage and a source of inspiration. Each person who comes into contact with this cloth contributes their own story, hopes, and dreams, and you feel this connection with thousands of people who are studying and believing, filling you with warmth and serenity. In this complex dance of science and faith, you feel part of something greater, and your heart is filled with gratitude for the opportunity to be a witness to this extraordinary story that continues to unfold. Continuing to glide smoothly through the waves of debates and discussions, your focus shifts once again to the counter-arguments presented by proponents of the authenticity of the Shroud of Turin. You feel a growing understanding that the results of radiocarbon dating, despite being perceived as conclusive, are not without doubt. Advocates of authenticity point to the possibility of contamination of the fabric fibers, which could have occurred due to numerous factors such as fires, restorations, and even bacterial deposits that formed on the surface. You can almost sense the passage of time and elements acting upon this ancient artifact, and how its history intertwines with events that may have left their mark. Perhaps you can imagine how the temperature and smoke from a fire that occurred in 1920 could have affected the fibers, altering their chemical composition and introducing extraneous elements into the analysis. Each of your musings draws you deeper into this enigmatic atmosphere as you realize that even the most precise methods can be influenced by external factors. Your thoughts naturally transition to the discussion of bioplastic film, which could have formed on the fabric as a result of interaction with the environment, causing a sense of mild surprise. This film could distort the results, and you understand that it is yet another facet of the complex mosaic surrounding the shroud. You can picture scientists engrossed in their research continuing to seek answers by examining every possible aspect that could influence the radiocarbon dating results. These debates about the accuracy of dating continue to this day, and you feel how this element of uncertainty adds additional layers to the already complex history. The shroud, which captivates the attention of people from around the world, becomes not only a symbol of faith, but also a field for scientific debates, where every argument and theory continues to enrich its mythology. You realize that this tension between science and faith creates a unique space for deep reflection, where each person can find their own path to understanding. You feel the spirit and energy of these discussions surrounding you, and this immersion in profound contemplation of existence, time, and truth fills your heart with serenity and tranquility. In this context, the shroud is not just an artifact, it is an eternal source of questions that continues to inspire and drive the search for answers. You can feel how, with each breath, a sense of deep connection to history accumulates, stretching across centuries and linking people, cultures, and beliefs into one great tapestry, rich with mysteries and wonders. You delve into the depths of the mysteries surrounding the Shroud of Turin as your imagination begins to paint pictures of an extraordinary origin for the image imprinted on its surface. Imagine the moment of Christ's resurrection, when the darkness of night gives way to light and the air is filled with the energy of transformation. You can almost feel this powerful energy pulse, which, according to one theory, could have burned the image onto the cloth. You become like sunlight piercing through clouds. This impulse may leave its mark on the material, forming an image that has captivated and puzzled people for centuries. You feel as if this hypothesis imbues the shroud with a mystical light, giving it a sacred and religious aspect that elevates it from being merely a relic to a significant symbol of faith and hope for millions. In your imagination, you see images of saints and the devout gathered around this wondrous cloth, and you sense how their prayers and desires intertwine with the history of this artifact. The cloth on which some believe a divine image is imprinted becomes not just a physical object, but a space where time and eternity intersect. You can picture how in that moment when holiness touches the material, something greater than just a physical phenomenon occurs. A connection is forged between heaven and earth, reflecting the hopes and fears of humanity. This hypothesis about the miraculous origin of the image not only sparks curiosity but also invites you to ponder what may lie beyond the familiar realm of perception. You feel as if every glance at the shroud becomes an act of reflection and sincere search for meaning. The entire atmosphere of mystery and sanctity creates a sense of profound peace as you realize that every theory about the origin of this artifact is not just a point of contention, but a path to seeking answers to questions that have troubled humanity for centuries. You feel your consciousness expanding, embracing all these ideas while remaining open to new revelations that may come from the depths of time, linking the past and present in a single stream of eternity. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of the Turin Shroud, and now your attention is drawn to its extraordinary three-dimensional properties. You can feel your imagination beginning to outline not only the surface of the cloth but also the depth it conceals. Researchers claim that the image on the shroud contains 3 dimensions, allowing for the creation of precise three-dimensional models of the face and body. You find yourself in a laboratory where scientists using modern technology are attempting to reproduce this image while also realizing that such a creation would have been impossible with medieval technologies. Your consciousness is filled with wonder as you understand that to recreate such an image, an infinite source of light would be required, as if the light itself penetrates the fabric, leaving its trace. You can imagine that in this era, when art and science were in their infancy, creating such an image would have seemed like something from the realm of fantasy. This thought fills you with a sense of awe and wonder as you realize that the image on the shroud is not just a relic, but something more, a mystery that continues to inspire interest and investigation. You feel as these three-dimensional properties open a new dimension in your perception of the shroud, creating a bridge between science and faith. You notice how each stroke, each line and shadow on the fabric tells a unique story, and in this process, you become part of something greater. You feel as if you are touching the history of humanity, its desire to understand what lies beyond ordinary perception. This three-dimensional nature of the image allows you to feel how reality and mysticism intertwine in one object, creating a deep sense of connection with the past. You can picture yourself in silence and peace, surrounded by light, as believers contemplate this shroud, penetrating its mysteries and opening new horizons. Your soul is filled with a quiet trembling as you realize that the study of these properties is not just a scientific process, but a path to understanding the divine and the human, which continues to amaze and inspire. You remain in this state of deep reflection, allowing yourself to immerse in the ocean of knowledge and feelings that this sacred cloth offers. You continue to delve into the mysterious world of the Shroud of Turin, and your consciousness is increasingly shaped by the realization that this relic, with its unique three-dimensional properties, remains one of the most studied and yet most enigmatic mysteries of humanity. Your soul fills with respect for the history that surrounds this cloth, as its origin and significance have sparked debates between science and faith for centuries. You can imagine how millions of people, standing before the shroud, feel its magnetic and mystical power, asking questions that remain unanswered. Looking around, you notice how researchers, scientists, believers, and history enthusiasts unite in their attempts to unravel its mysteries. Each of them brings their own ideas and theories, creating a multifaceted discourse that only enhances the enigma of this artifact. You feel your own perception of the shroud beginning to change. It is not just a piece of cloth with an image, but a symbol of humanity's search for understanding and purpose. When you close your eyes, you can almost sense how millions of souls striving for knowledge converge in a single moment, creating an invisible network that connects all who have ever pondered the profound questions of existence. This shroud becomes for you not just an artifact, but a reflection of human nature, striving for understanding, light, and truth. Your inner harmony finds resonance in this understanding, and you feel your heart fill with tenderness and respect for those who sought and continue to seek answers to life's most profound questions. You can feel time lose its significance when you are in this meditative state, allowing yourself simply to be, contemplating how science and faith can coexist, creating space for new understanding. Each time you return to this thought, you discover something new, something that can change your perspective on the world. Thus, the Shroud of Turin remains not only a relic, but a powerful symbol that continues to inspire and awe, opening doors to a world where science meets mysticism and faith meets exploration. You realize that this journey has no end, and each step on this path fills your life with new meaning and a deep sense of connection to those who came before you, to those who continue to explore and create. You can imagine a harsh plateau in southeastern Turkey where excavations began in the 90s of the last century, soon to shake the world of archaeology. Feel the gentle touch of the wind on your skin, carrying with it the scent of earth and grass, mixed with a subtle hint of mystery. Each step on this plateau feels like a step back in time into a world where people, without writing, created magnificent structures. When archaeologists began to dig into this land, they could not have imagined the treasures that lay hidden beneath the surface. You witness the unveiling of massive stone constructions, such as colossal pillars adorned with enigmatic symbols and images that evoke both wonder and awe. These monumental structures may be the oldest known cultic buildings, and you ponder how they were created without modern technology. You see the scientists standing among these pillars, increasingly realizing that Göbekli Tepe is not just a monument, but an entire civilization that could have existed before agriculture and permanent settlements. You can almost hear their conversations, filled with admiration and bewilderment, as they discuss how this place could have become a center of attraction for people who gathered here to worship and perform rituals. This realization makes you reflect on how ancient people must have felt standing among these stones, creating something greater than just architectural forms. They were forging a connection between heaven and earth, between humanity and the divine. You can pause and imagine how these stone constructions appear particularly majestic under the rising sun, reflecting light and casting shadows that speak of eternity. Göbekli Tepe becomes not just an archaeological discovery, but a symbol of the quest for meaning that has driven humanity for millennia. You feel your heart fill with respect for those who lived here, who created and sought, and how this ancient culture continues to speak to us across the ages. You understand that this place has not only preserved its mysteries, but invites you to join this endless search, to strive to understand your place in this world and in history. Each breath you take is filled with lightness as you picture people gathering here, discussing the important questions of life, love, and faith, creating a community that connects them and you to eternity. You enjoy this atmosphere, feeling it embrace you, and as each stone, each symbol on this plateau whispers of ancient secrets waiting to be heard. You continue your meditative journey, and now your attention is drawn to the extraordinary age of Göbekli Tepe, which makes you ponder time and space. You delve into thoughts about how archaeologists exploring this mysterious site uncovered something truly unique, Around 12,000 years ago, during the time when humanity was taking its first steps towards a settled way of life, a group of people united their efforts to create this remarkable complex. You can imagine how German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt and his team, engrossed in their research, discovered here massive stone structures that became a revelation for science. You feel your heart stop in awe as you realize that Göbekli Tepe dates back to over 10,000 years before our era, making it 6,000 years older than Stonehenge and 7,000 years older than the Pyramids of Giza. You can almost hear the wind whispering, reminding you that this complex is not just a monument, but a genuine testament to human ingenuity and the pursuit of the divine. Each detail, each carving on the stone seems filled with deep meaning, as if each symbol tells its own story, waiting to be heard. You picture how people of that time might have seen these sacred places, how they gathered here to exchange ideas and beliefs, creating a community that connected them to something greater than themselves. Your soul is filled with wonder at how this complex, created in those distant times, continues to speak to us across millennia, opening new horizons of understanding. You feel your perception expanding, and you begin to realize that Göbekli Tepe is not just a place, but a symbol of how humanity has always sought its path, striving for knowledge and understanding. This is a place where history and myth intertwine, revealing new worlds to you, and you can feel your heart beating in rhythm with the ancient times. You allow yourself to pause for a moment to savor this depth, and you feel each breath filling with serenity and amazement, as if you yourself have become a part of this ancient history, a part of the connection that binds all generations together. You continue your journey, and now your attention is drawn to the architectural structure of Göbekli Tepe, where towering, T-shaped megalithic pillars stand, each weighing up to 20 tons. These monumental stones, arranged in concentric circles, seem to guard ancient secrets hidden within them. Each pillar, like a sentinel of time, not only immortalizes architectural skill, but also the deep spirituality of those who left their mark here. As you approach, you notice that the surfaces of the stones are adorned with intricate carvings that seem to come alive under your gaze. Images of animals such as foxes, snakes, boars, and birds appear as if they are ready to return to their distant times. These details, skillfully carved into stone, evoke feelings of awe and wonder, as if you are examining ancient sacred texts written for those who can see their depth. You pause to carefully examine abstract symbols that may represent signs with special meaning for ancient people. They seem to whisper their stories to you, inviting you to decipher their mysteries and understand the significance of each one for those who created them with such devotion. You allow yourself to be immersed in these thoughts, feeling as your imagination carries you to a world where people sought the divine in simple things, creating images that could connect them with the heavens. Each stone, each image becomes for you not just a part of the architecture, but a window into the past. And you realize that this complex is not just a place, but a whole world where mythology and reality intertwine. And each megalith is a key to understanding those who lived here thousands of years ago. You feel a sense of calm as you realize that these stones, standing here for thousands of years, have become not only a monument, but also a living testament to human history, which continues to inspire and raise questions even today. In this unique space, you feel connected to the ancient creators with their dreams and hopes, and allow yourself to pause for a moment to feel this connection, which transcends centuries and links all generations in a single stream of time. You continue to explore the mysteries of Göbekli Tepe and once again delve into its secrets. The main paradox of this unique place lies in the fact that it was built by hunter-gatherers, people who, as commonly believed, did not have the means to undertake such large and complex construction projects. This complex was erected long before the advent of agriculture, settled life, writing, and pottery. Can you imagine how nomadic tribes could have united to create such an architectural marvel? Your imagination paints pictures of small groups of people coming together to create something greater than just a simple shelter. You begin to wonder how these communities could have organized labor, resources, and time to realize a project that required not only physical strength, but also a deep understanding of structural architecture. Researchers continue to discuss and analyze this phenomenon, and while scientific theories strive to explain how such a wonder could have come into being, the reality remains a mystery. You may consider that these communities sought not only practical benefits from their efforts, but also spiritual expression through construction. Perhaps it was a way to connect with the divine world. These megaliths could have become a center of unity, a place where people gathered to share stories, culture, and beliefs, creating a space that transcends the physical. You notice how this place, filled with stones and the spirit of antiquity, becomes not just a monument but a living reflection of the inner world of these people, their aspirations and hopes. Your soul fills with respect for those who once worked here, and you realize that this place may have been not only a place of worship but also a symbol of unity and cooperation that existed even in the earliest societies. In this context, Göbekli Tepe becomes not just an archaeological discovery, but an important element in understanding human history, challenging traditional notions of civilization development. You feel how questions about how this structure was built lead you to ponder the true power of human nature, which lies in the ability to unite for the creation of something greater than each of us individually. Your thoughts briefly transport you to the past, and you can feel how the spirit of unity and cooperation permeates this ancient complex, creating an invisible bond with those who once lived and worked here. In this peaceful space, you allow yourself to acknowledge that Göbekli Tepe is not just an architectural monument, but a whole story that continues to inspire reflection on the nature of human existence and our connection in this endless stream of time. As you delve into the theory of Klaus Schmidt, you uncover a new dimension of understanding the purpose of Göbekli Tepe. In his hypothesis, this architectural complex is presented as the first temple built by humanity, a place where people gathered for rituals and ceremonies before the emergence of the first cities. You can imagine these ancient communities driven not only by practical needs but also by a desire for spiritual unity, congregating around massive stone structures that may have served not just as physical buildings but as sacred spaces filled with sacred meaning. You feel the air around you charged with the energy of ancient rituals that could have been performed here, and you realize that these rituals may have been a vital part of people's lives, seeking to understand their place in the world and their connection to the divine. The idea that religion may have preceded a settled way of life makes you ponder the importance of the spiritual component in the formation of human society. Perhaps it was through their beliefs that people found the strength to unite, creating communities that later became the foundations of the first cities. As you continue to reflect on this, you feel that these ancient people intuitively understood the importance of unity, and their desire to create something greater than just physical space became the basis for future cultural and religious traditions. You notice how the stones of Göbekli Tepe seem to hold memories of moments of unity when people gathered to share their beliefs and hopes, creating not only architectural structures but also deep connections that have been passed down through generations. Each stone here can tell a story of how ancient tribes sought meaning and understanding, and you feel a sense of awe and respect. Your thoughts continue to wander, and you feel that these ancient rituals may have been connected to significant events in society, such as the change of seasons or important stages in a person's life, where each rite was a step towards understanding the world and one's place in it. In this light, Göbekli Tepe becomes not just a place of worship, but a space where history, beliefs, and human aspirations intertwine, creating a unique atmosphere where each stone, each carving, and each shadow tells a story of how unity was important in ancient times. You allow yourself to feel this connection to the past, contemplating how perhaps it was here that the first sparks of human civilization were ignited when people began to create a society based on faith and unity, not just on the practical needs of survival. All of this fills you with a deep sense of respect for those who once walked this land and left us lessons about the importance of spiritual connections and collective cooperation. You continue to delve into the enigmatic world of Göbekli Tepe, realizing that this ancient complex is not only a symbol of unity and spirituality, but also a repository of profound astronomical knowledge that may have been known to its creators. You notice how certain stone structures conceal images of animals which may not have merely adorned this sacred site, but also carried symbolic meanings connected to celestial cycles. For instance, you can imagine ancient people observing stars and planets, noting how their movements influenced the change of seasons and life on Earth. You become curious about how images of sacred animals could have been linked to specific moments of the year, when they became particularly relevant for agricultural practices and rituals. You feel as if this symbolism fills the space around you, and perhaps in each image lies a story that ancient communities told each other, passing down their knowledge from generation to generation. This understanding of astronomy could have been crucial for survival, as accurate planning of sowing and harvesting depended on observing the heavens. You picture stars lighting up the night sky and tribes gathering to discuss their observations and share discoveries, thus forging strong bonds and basing their knowledge on common understanding. Your imagination paints a scene where people sitting around a fire could discuss moving celestial bodies, gaze at solar and lunar eclipses, and mark important dates for their rituals. You understand that such deep understanding of astronomy may have opened not only practical opportunities, but also spiritual horizons, allowing them to comprehend their place in the vast universe. Perhaps it was this knowledge that made Göbekli Tepe a place where earthly and heavenly realms intersected, where people could not only worship their gods, but also feel part of something greater. You sense how the astronomical aspects of this place recreate an atmosphere of deep respect for ancient knowledge which may have been lost, but still lives in the stones and symbols. Each stone here seems to speak of the importance of people connecting their spiritual practices with observations of the sky, thus creating a unique culture that could exist in harmony with nature and the cosmos. You feel time flowing in this sacred place where knowledge of stars intertwined with faith, and each ritual became not just an act of worship but also a celebration of understanding, when people could share their experiences and find meaning in them. This deep understanding of celestial cycles may have been the foundation for creating rituals that marked important moments in society's life, such as birth, transition into adulthood, or the change of seasons. You realize that Göbekli Tepe was not just a place where people gathered, but also a center where worldly knowledge and spiritual practices were synthesized, creating a unique atmosphere filled with wonders and discoveries. You continue your journey through the enigmatic complex of Göbekli Tepe and notice that your attention is drawn not only by the grandeur of the stone structures, but also by the mystery surrounding their subsequent fate. You realize that around 1,000 years after its completion, this magnificent complex was deliberately and meticulously buried under the earth. This enigma evokes many questions in your mind. Why did ancient people decide to bury their greatest creation? You feel that this decision was likely connected to deep spiritual or cultural beliefs that left their mark on their consciousness. You can imagine that when Göbekli Tepe reached its peak, people may have begun to recognize that changes in their lives and the world around them required radical solutions. Perhaps the burial of the complex was part of a ritual that symbolized the transition from one stage of existence to another. You sense that in this action, there might have been a desire to preserve sacred knowledge they had acquired and protect it from the ravages of time and invasions. This thought fills you with deep contemplation as you picture the ancient inhabitants gathering to discuss how and why they should leave behind this place that was the center of their culture and spirituality. You feel that each layer of earth added to this ancient complex became not only a guardian of its physical structure, but also of all the emotions and memories associated with its existence. You can imagine people standing at the edge of the complex, filled with a sense of loss and nostalgia as they made the decision to bury it. At the same time, you feel that this might not have been just an action, but a symbolic attempt to preserve what they considered sacred. Perhaps they wanted to hide certain aspects of their culture from future generations, leaving only hints of their greatness and wisdom. You understand that this mystery, hidden beneath layers of earth, could be an important part of a broader picture of their existence, where each stone and artifact carried stories that could inspire generations seeking answers about life, death, and the universe. This understanding immerses you in reflections on how cultural practices and customs shape our perception of time and space, where burial could have been not just an end, but a beginning of a new history, hidden from the eyes of future researchers. You feel that this mystery continues to live in the air around you, making you wonder what other secrets these ancient stones hold and how they can tell the story of the people who once were part of this extraordinary world. Perhaps the true significance of Göbekli Tepe lies not only in its status as a monument of ancient architecture, but also as a symbol of humanity's quest to understand itself and its place in the infinite universe. You continue to realize that Göbekli Tepe is not just a monument of antiquity, but an entire epoch that rewrites the history of human civilization. Each stone, each relief pattern on the giant pillars, seems to whisper to you that traditional notions of societal development need to be re-examined. You feel your perception of time and progress changing as you understand that complex social structures, monumental construction, and religious beliefs could have emerged much earlier than previously thought. Scholars still debate how and why this magnificent structure was created in this remote corner of the world. And you, as a participant in this discussion, feel each breath you take filled with new thoughts. Perhaps in this region, more than anywhere else, humanity first recognized its ability to create something both grand and spiritual. You begin to notice how various details, such as the height of the pillars, their shape and arrangement, can indicate the presence of a complex system of beliefs and social norms that united people into a single community. You imagine people gathered here discussing important questions of their existence, trying to understand their connection to nature, to each other, and to higher powers. As you move deeper into this historical labyrinth, you come across an extraordinary thought. Perhaps the ancient builders of Göbekli Tepe were not just creating a temple, but laying the foundations for future civilizations capable of more complex forms of interaction and self-expression. You feel each of these ideas like drops of water falling into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread to infinity. The realization that social structures could have been significantly more advanced than previously thought makes you reflect on how often we underestimate the potential of humanity and its drive for self-discovery. You feel that Göbekli Tepe is not just a place, but a symbol of transformation that shows that ancient people were capable of much more than we think. Exploring this idea, you begin to feel a connection with those who lived here thousands of years ago, and you understand that their quest for understanding was just as profound as yours. You feel this connection to the past fill you with strength and inspiration, urging you to seek answers to questions that remain relevant today. Understanding that Göbekli Tepe could be one of the first milestones in the development of complex societies, you feel this unique complex no longer just an object of study, but a source of profound inspiration. The thought that its stones hold stories of humans striving for knowledge and self-expression brings you a sense of calm and satisfaction. You pause, absorbing the atmosphere of this unique place where history and modernity, past and future, intertwine in a single flow that leads you to a deep understanding of your own role in the endless history of humanity. You continue to realize that Göbekli Tepe is not just a monument of antiquity, but an entire epoch that rewrites the history of human civilization. Each stone, each relief pattern on the giant pillars seems to whisper to you that traditional notions of societal development need to be rethought. You feel your perception of time and progress changing as you understand that complex social structures, monumental construction, and religious beliefs could have emerged much earlier than previously thought. Scholars are still debating how and why such a grand structure was created in this remote corner of the world. And you, as if participating in this discussion, feel each breath you take filled with new thoughts. Perhaps in this region, more than anywhere else, humanity first recognized its ability to create something magnificent and spiritual. You begin to notice how various details, such as the height of the pillars, their shape and arrangement, can indicate the presence of a complex system of beliefs and social norms that united people into a single community. You imagine people gathered here discussing important questions of their existence, trying to understand their connection to nature, to each other, and to higher powers. As you move further through this historical labyrinth, you are struck by the idea that the ancient builders of Göbekli Tepe may not have just constructed a temple, but laid the foundations for future civilizations capable of more complex forms of interaction and self-expression. You feel each of these ideas like drops of water falling into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread infinitely. This realization that social structures could have been significantly more advanced than previously thought makes you question how often we underestimate the potential of humanity and its drive for self-understanding. You feel that Göbekli Tepe is not just a place, but a symbol of transformation, showing that ancient people could have been capable of much more than we think. Exploring this idea, you begin to feel connected to those who lived here thousands of years ago and understand that their quest for understanding was just as profound as your own. You feel this connection to the past, filling you with strength and inspiration, urging you to seek answers to questions that remain relevant today. Understanding that Göbekli Tepe may be one of the earliest milestones in the development of complex societies, you feel this unique complex ceasing to be just an object of study and becoming a source of deep inspiration. The thought that these stones hold stories of humans striving for knowledge and self-expression brings you a sense of tranquility and satisfaction. You pause, absorbing the atmosphere of this unique place where history and modernity, past and future, intertwine in a single flow that leads you to a deep understanding of your own role in the endless history of humanity. And just as you begin to grasp the depth of this place, your attention is drawn to information about ongoing research at Göbekli Tepe. You feel the spirit of discovery in the air as excavations continue, and each new season brings fresh data that can deepen your understanding not only of this unique place, but of the entire Neolithic epoch. Scholars, like fearless explorers, return to this place again and again, as if to an ancient source of knowledge that continues to share its secrets. You can imagine archaeologists dressed in light shirts and wide hats, enthusiastically clearing the earth of dust, and each discovery becoming a real revelation for them. Your imagination paints pictures of them lifting fragments of the past from the earth, shards of pottery, tools, perhaps even fragments of stone reliefs that have never seen the light. You understand that each of these discoveries can not only add to the mosaic portrait of the ancient world, but also change your understanding of it. Research is conducted using the most modern technologies, including ground-penetrating radar, which allows a glimpse into the Earth's depths and reveals where hidden structures lie. You feel how this high-tech equipment, combined with ancient methods, creates a unique symbiosis that fills your heart with wonder. Scholars still have many questions about how this complex structure functioned, how ancient people could have organized their lives around it. You feel that with each new season of excavations, with each new discovery, the world of Göbekli Tepe becomes more multi-layered and mysterious. You can feel a growing desire to be part of this process of discovery, perhaps even to ask yourself the same questions that researchers ask and to seek your own answers in this boundless ocean of time. This place becomes for you not just an object of study, but a living, breathing space that continues to develop and open up, like a flower blooming towards the sun. You understand that Göbekli Tepe is not only a witness to ancient times, but also a reflection of your own quest for knowledge, for the discovery of new horizons that can change your life and your understanding of the world. And as excavations continue, you feel this stream of discoveries like a river washing over your thoughts, filling them with new ideas and sensations. Göbekli Tepe is a place that continues to amaze and intrigue, much like a riddle waiting to be solved. You realize that each stone here, each carving and form, is not merely a remnant of antiquity, but a living memory of how our understanding of the world and ourselves was born. This is a place where time seems to stand still, and you can feel history seeping into you, embracing you with warmth and wisdom. You immerse yourself in the atmosphere of this unique complex, and it becomes clear that this is not just an archaeological discovery, but a symbol of how our ancestors sought meaning in this vast and often bewildering world. You notice how each new layer of earth uncovered by archaeologists brings not only physical artifacts but also deep reflections on our place in history. Göbekli Tepe continues to challenge your perception of the ancient world, offering new perspectives on how human relationships, culture, and beliefs evolved. You can almost feel the ancient people standing beside these monumental pillars, seeking answers to their questions about life, nature, and what it means to be human. These moments connect you with those who lived here thousands of years ago, creating an invisible thread that links past and future. You understand that Göbekli Tepe is not just a monument, but a living testament to humanity's eternal quest for knowledge and creation of something greater than itself. This sense that you are not just an observer but an active participant in this great process fills you with peace and understanding. Your soul is filled with reverence as you realize that in this place where history and myth intertwine, you can find your own answers to eternal questions. Göbekli Tepe is not just an archaeological find, but a source of inspiration that continues to draw researchers and seekers of truth from around the world, reminding us all that within each of us lies a desire for knowledge and discovery. You allow yourself to be immersed in this feeling of unity with history, with those who sought meaning in this mysterious place. Your soul is filled with gratitude for the opportunity to connect with such a deep and multi-layered part of human civilization, and you understand that each step here, each thought, each inspiration becomes a part of your own journey towards self-discovery and understanding. You feel that Göbekli Tepe is not just a place on a map, but a symbol of search and discovery which will live in the hearts of those who strive to understand their history and their place in the world. You continue your journey through the waves of time, and your thoughts return to the majestic Pyramids of Giza, which stand like sentinels over the endless sands, guarding secrets that humanity dreams of unraveling. These colossal structures, built more than 4,000 years ago, are not only architectural marvels, but also symbols of human ambition and the quest for eternity. You feel the weight of their stone blocks, each ton telling stories of ancient Egyptian pharaohs, their beliefs, rituals, and their search for immortality in their tombs. You notice how the sun's rays dance on their surfaces, casting extraordinary shadows, and how the wind whispers tales of those who built these pyramids, uniting the efforts of entire generations. Moving forward, you enter the world of the mysterious stone circles of Göbekli Tepe, and you realize that these stories, like pieces of a puzzle, demand explanation and understanding. Each circle, each carving, each stone here fills you with a sense of connection to ancient cultures that may have sought the same answers to questions about life, the world, and their place in it. You feel how these two places, the Pyramids of Giza and Göbekli Tepe, unite in your consciousness, creating a bridge between different epochs and civilizations. You understand that each of these stories is not just a collection of facts, but a living mosaic where human lives, hopes and fears, dreams and aspirations intertwine. You allow yourself to ponder how remarkable it is that despite the millennia separating these places, the human drive for knowledge and self-expression remains unchanged. You feel how this journey through the ages fills you with inspiration and awe. Each step on this land, where time seems powerless, is part of your personal discovery, connecting you with those who lived here long before you. You feel how deeply rooted thoughts about humanity, its history and culture become part of your existence. This sense of unity with the past and present, with all those who sought the meaning of life, fills your heart with peace and understanding. You realize that each of these stories is not just a puzzle to be solved, but an opportunity to touch the very essence of human experience, that unknown force that propels us forward in our quest for knowledge and discoveries. You allow yourself to be immersed in this sea of stories, this ocean of time, where each drop is a part of your own life and your own path. You continue your journey through the waves of time, and your mind is filled with reflections on the mysteries hidden within ancient artifacts. What if these artifacts are merely fragments of a much larger puzzle? You imagine the distant epochs when humanity was first exploring the world and ancient civilizations possessed knowledge and technologies that we are only beginning to uncover. Each new discovery, each find, plunges you into the ocean of the unknown, where every grain of information becomes a golden key to understanding how life on Earth has evolved. Your imagination paints pictures of people who may have known more than we can even fathom. You wonder if they left behind not only stone witnesses, but also secret teachings that are still waiting to be revealed. In your mind's eye, you see long-forgotten rituals where wise men gathered around fires, sharing knowledge about stars and natural cycles, and you feel how these ancient traditions could be keys to our understanding of the world. Like the light of the moon reflecting on the calm surface of a lake, you let your thoughts wander between ancient texts and myths that have been passed down through generations. You notice how important the connection between cultures is and how they could exchange knowledge, creating a network of understanding that encompassed the entire known world. This thought fills you with awe, and you feel your heart beating in rhythm with the pulses of history. This moment of unity with the past opens new horizons before you, and you realize that every culture has left a trace that can be explored and studied. You allow yourself to ponder how much more there is to learn and how this journey along the footsteps of our ancestors becomes not just a research, but a search for one's place in the endless stream of time. You feel how your curiosity ignites a fire in your soul, and you are ready for new discoveries that await you beyond the horizon. Perhaps it is now, in this moment of harmony with ancient knowledge, that you begin to realize that each of you is a part of this great human history. And as you continue your path, a question arises. What if behind every artifact and every story lies an even deeper mystery that we are yet to unravel?